yung link nito. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. So let's begin. Ishi, can you share my slides, please? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Hernandez. I'll be your moderator for today's Project Share. Let me just give you a brief overview of what Project Share is. Project Share is for our MSMEs in the Philippines. You know that we have 944,897 enterprises operating in the Philippines. And out of which we have 99.58% that comprises MSMEs. And 0.42% is into the large enterprises naman. And out of that 99.58%, the SMEs are composed of 4.9 million jobs, or has created 4.9 million jobs, while 2.6 million for the large enterprises. This is the data is taken from the DTI. And why are we doing this? As a preeminent organization of people management, we thought that we should be giving back to the different organizations, especially those who are not yet member and those that are member of PMAP already. So in 2016, one of our panelists actually was the one who instituted this Project Share. Later on, papakilala ko sa inyo. By helping MSMEs to strengthen their human resource management practices, and maalagaan yung mga practitioners, and at the same time to take care of their employees. So before, what we normally do is conduct a full day of focus group discussions with 8 to 10 members, and then talking about different HR facets, from talent acquisition to organizational development, and other matters that we normally do in human resource practice. But since since March, we have this pandemic, and we are all in quarantine, in different quarantine. Di ko alam kung sa inyo ay kayo nasa MGCQ. Ang Metro Manila is still under GCQ until October 31. But those who are tuning in, and those who are in today, dahil sa pandemic, we have to adapt and create a different platform so that we can continue doing this Project Share. So what we do is we gather your questions, and then these questions will be shared and answered by our experts or our panelists. And then the other panelists can also jump in and share dun sa mga subjects or questions niyo that they can also have a knowledge of, no? So right now we have a great panelist on board. So sige, simulan natin with Janine Carrion. Janine is currently the Group Director for Corporate Human Resource of Manila Water. She has completed her master's degree in Industrial Relations, major in Human Resource Management from UP Soler. She also earned her certificate course in Strategic HR Leadership from Cornell University in 2016, and she is a SHRM SCP HR practitioner, a certified HR practitioner. She is an HR leader with strong line management and with sales and operations as well. Our next panelist is Mr. Eric Castillo, a general manager for HR Nissan Philippines. He obtained both his diploma and master's degree in industrial relations, major in human resource development, with honors from the UP Diliman. 20 years nga lang ba, Mr. Eric, ang experience mo? I think ako ata yung 20 years eh. But I will not negate that. I will give you that. 20 years experience in human resource management, organizational development, and strategic HR. A certified facilitator of DDI, both for interaction management and administrator for targeted selection. Our next panelist, ito po yung may pakana ng Project Share. Ang mag-handle po ng questions related to organizational development is Mr. Obet Policarpio, our 2015 PMAP president. He has 36 years of experience in HR management, a 4-term National Board of Director of the People Management Association of the Philippines, and has been a very active volunteer in PMAP since 1996. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Obet Policarpio. Our next panelist is the founding and managing partner of Acubelo, or Acublo. Acubelo is a full-service law office in the Philippines, which offers a wide range of services that is delivered to its clients in a personal but professional manner. Ladies and gentlemen, for labor relations, Attorney Jose or John Aliling. Then, last but not the least, from our esteemed group of panelists, we have Mr. Freddy Premisillas, AFPM. Freddy is a servant leader who has been engaged in academe as part-time instructor for the La Salle College of St. Benilde, University of the Philippines, Institute for Small-Scale Industries, and in Ateneo de Manila University, graduate of School of Business and School of Medicine and Public Health, and John Gokong Wei School of Management. He managed global projects, namely HR SAP, Ericsson Spain, HR Transformation, Ericsson Sweden, HR Employee Self-Service, Ericsson Saudi Arabia, and HR Harmonization, DSB Poland. I'd like to know about the HR Harmonization. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Freddy Premisillas. My dear colleagues, my dear friends, my dear panelists, baka you may want to add something that I was not able to capture as in the part of my introduction to everyone. Please, you can open your mics. Baka meron kayong gustong didagdag, my dear panelists. Wala?
Interesting work for the introduction. Thank you very much for the introduction. And I'm very happy to be with you and with the other panelists. So like what you said, Project Share started during my term in 2015. In fact, this is very close to my heart because I see the need to really give assistance to the HR community of small, medium-scale enterprises in our country, which primarily drives the business economy, even prior to 2015. Second, this is a way to really manage the gap and other requirements when it comes to people management. We really have to provide them the right approaches, skills, and competencies so that the small businesses in the countryside will become big very soon. And third, this is also an avenue for the HR community to be closer to the PMAP chapters that we have all over the country, a total of 28 chapters from north down to south. And lastly, to gain the support of the local government units so that people management is really alive and competitive, not only in our country, but also in the ASEAN region as well as in global. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Obet. Yung ibang panelists natin, meron kayo gustong i-add before we formally start the questions?
Well, para sa akin, Mr. Mark, nagpapasalamat po talaga ako na ako ay naanyayahan upang maging dumalo sa inyong programa, which is about share. I'm really so happy, and I would like to thank everybody who organized this, particularly PMAP. Particularly kasi dahil nung sinabi mo earlier, this is about ang ating mga kapatiran sa micro, small, medium enterprises. Dahil katulad siguro ni Sir Eric, sa UP School of Labor po kasi masyadong malapit sa amin ang mga nagtatrabaho, ang ating mga kapatid sa micro, small, medium enterprises. So kung sila po ay nandito ngayon at nakikinig, ako po ay nagsasabing isang magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. And to everybody who is here in this particular forum, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, kapatid na Freddy, and we're glad to have you on board. Janine, would you like to say something?
Yes, Mark, I just want to thank everyone for inviting me. Thank you, PMAP, for giving this opportunity to share. No? And when I was told about this project, I immediately said to Eric and of course to yourself that I'm always willing to share. I think as an HR community, there's no better time to help each other than now, no, given the challenges that we're facing. So this is a moment where we find that HR is also a frontliner. We are at the front line of the safety of our employees and the business continuity of our companies in the last 6 months or so. No? So I want to greet all the HR practitioners who are tuned in today. Alam ko pagod tayong lahat, but I hope we spend this afternoon learning from each other. And it's my wish that after a few hours spending with us, you'll be able to gain some insights that you can bring back to your respective company. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Janine. Thank you. Thank you. Sir Eric, would you like to add something before we begin? Sir, nakamute po kayo.
Yes. Good afternoon to all my fellow panelists. Of course, thank you to PMAP for inviting us to join this noble undertaking for our small and medium enterprises. And of course, I welcome all the participants. No, this is our way of providing you service while we are all under this crisis pandemic. And I hope that through our contribution, by answering your questions, we'll be able to share a little of what we know in managing people and of course managing the business. Thank you and welcome to our project share.
Salamat, Sir Eric. Attorney John, would you like to say something?
Hi, Mark, and hi, everyone from PMAP. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very honored to be part of the very prestigious panel ng PMAP. Actually, I was telling si Eshu when I was invited to speak here. I worked for some projects of PMAP 15 years ago when I was a freshman lawyer. No? So I'm very honored to be welcome back sa PMAP. And I want to also give this time to honor yung mga HR practitioners na parang hindi na mention masyado na you are also frontliners in this very confusing times, no? When you think about it, na you are doing a very difficult job of balancing keeping the company open, keeping it operating at the same time, trying to make sure that the employees are also protected. No? So it's a very difficult balancing act right now given the situation, but we thank you that all of you are here and hopefully makatulong kami sa inyo today during this very confusing times also. No? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Jan, and welcome back to PMAP. And most likely, marami pang tayong partnerships na gagawin moving forward. So, okay. Are you guys excited? Because I am. We have great questions na naka-line up for our panelists to answer. So, let's begin with first two questions on the talent acquisition. What are the best practices in recruitment during this pandemic and advantages and disadvantages of online testing? Sir Eric?
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for the question. What are the best practices in recruitment during this pandemic? Well, one is everything now is virtual, no, and things have become faster. I think one thing that we can do now is flexibility. No, siguro yung flexibility, because that's one of the problems we have during normal times, no, during the normal recruitment process. Yung schedule ng mga interviewers, especially the requisitioning departments, no, it's hard to schedule their time, no. Pag na bump off yung candidate, wala na talagang another schedule. But during this time, what we can say is yung flexibility siguro, no, yung being able to pag hindi mo ma-schedule sa ganitong oras, mamaya pwede na rin, no, things like that, no. Another one would be being able to provide siguro yung opportunity for both the candidate and the interviewer, the opportunity to know each other better, no, more than just the interviewing, no. Kasi during pag face to face, limited lang yung time talaga, o kailangan ganito lang. Pero pag virtual, pwede pang after that meeting, may immediately kung may i-clarify ka, you can just clarify it anytime, no. You can just reschedule another meeting. Unlike pag face to face, nako, kailangan na naman pupunta sa opisina, kailangan ng ganyan, no. And another important aspect of our best practice would be, mahalaga kasi yung employee candidate experience, no. One important thing, like for us in Nissan, we consider the candidate experience as the first step for the applicant to know the company better, no. From the time that he comes into the office, ganyan, no. Even during virtual, we make sure of this practice, no, yung candidate experience, because we are very particular about our brand. We make sure that the candidate and the interviewer arrive on time on their schedule, even virtually. And of course, we thank the candidate after the interview and make sure that the candidate is appraised of what's going on about his application. Etong mga bagay na to. Online testing naman, we're using online testing even before the pandemic. I think that's the trend now, no. Well, I don't know if there are still companies conducting paper and pencil testing. The advantages of online testing is you get the results right away. And if you want to compare the result with other candidates, you can easily get that from your provider. Well, the disadvantage is, one, unless you have AI in your provided by your online provider or supplier, you will never know who's taking the exam. Yun bang candidate talaga yung nag-take ng exam? Like what's happening now in the US, may malaking issue sila sa yung pagpasok sa university, na may mga candidates na hindi sila nagre-represent talaga nung estudyante, no. So I think yun ang isang bagay na dapat nating masiguro, na yung candidate mismo yung nagte-take ng exam. And I think we can avoid that. May mga AI, ano na ngayon may mga AI-based online test. But meron pa rin namang hindi. But I think that can help, no? If we adopt that kind of testing. Maraming providers ngayon ng online testing. So I think that's my answer for this question.
Pwedeng mag-share din.
Go ahead. I was about to ask.
Yung sa first question, ang pwede kong idagdag sa kaisipan ni Sir Eric is that you have to think about two things sa ating mga nanonood at sa ating mga nakikinig. What are these two things? The first question you have to ask your company, or if you are the owner or if you are the applicant, is number one, what is your digital presence? Pag ako ba, kunyari, if I would like to apply in your company, if you're the owner, if I put on the name of your company, meron bang lalabas from Google or any open source? So, the first question is, what is your digital presence? Pangalawa, kasunod din doon is, if I am the employer, yung website, meron ba ako? The second one is, kung ikaw naman yung applicant, if you're looking for a job, particularly right now, di ba, naghahanap talaga tayo ng trabaho, what is now your digital presence? Pag hinanap ko ba ng employer, may makikita ba sila sa Facebook, sa LinkedIn, or wherever? Ikaw ba ay active sa job street? Ay, endorsement ba yun? Sorry, ano. But anyway, what I'm saying here is, you have to ask yourself, what is my digital presence? Whether you're the employer or the employee or applicant. The second one is, and this one, I would like to address all of our entrepreneurs. What is your employer branding? Kasi kanina sinabi ni Sir Eric yung candidate experience. Sa Gallup, ang tawag dyan, the employee experience end-to-end. Ngayon, ang pwede natin pag-isipan is, what is your, kung ikaw yung may-ari, if you're the owner, what is your employer branding? Sige, sabihin na natin, may naririnig ka. Pero what is it really that you would like to establish in the market? Because if you're able to establish that in the market, I'm pretty sure, madali lang ang mag-recruit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good points. Additional points from Sir Freddy. Sige. Kung wala na, we can move to the next set of questions. Thank you, Sir Eric. Ito, address for Attorney John. Attorney John, ang questions po nila ay ganito. Can we terminate employees if they refuse to go to work due to fear of contracting COVID in the workplace? Second question, very much related to the first one. Prior to community quarantine, administrative hearing was scheduled. Unfortunately, hearing was canceled due to the quarantine. Our main office is operating since June, though Metro Manila is still in ECQ. GCQ na po tayo ngayon. When is the best time to proceed with the canceled hearing? Attorney John?
Okay. Sige, Marco, I'll answer the first question. Can we terminate an employee if they refuse to go to work due to the fear of contracting COVID? I'd like to start my answer by saying that during this very confusing times, the most effective delivery of labor relations management, especially with the legal aspect, is proper documentation. So we really will recommend a lot of documentation, because most of the interpretations of the regulations right now have not been tested in jurisprudence or in court, kasi bagong-bago pa lang yung sitwasyon, and none of us are experienced with this pandemic, diba? Thus creating a lot of confusion and subjectivity, diba, in how they are interpreted. So you will see in my advice for the next few questions or throughout the panels that I will emphasize on documentation. So to answer the question directly, as a general rule, employees have the right to refuse to return to work for fear that they may contract COVID. This is on the principles that they fear that there's imminent danger. Right now, COVID has been classified somehow na it is an imminent danger because nasa national emergency nga tayo. At the same time, DTI even considers fortuitous event. Sometime March 17, in fact, si Secretary Bello even went on camera to tell us na we cannot penalize or discipline employees who refuse to go to work because of fear of the danger. But he said that during ECQ, take note, diba? So as the government's policy changes, lumuluwag yung ano nila eh. Lumuluwag yung appreciation nila sa danger, kaya nga tayo nagiging GCQ, MGCQ. So it may change, no? My advice right now, during this confusing time, is to still document how you would document an employee during normal times who would refuse to go to work. So kunyari, he doesn't want to go to work. Sulatan mo pa rin. Bigyan mo siya ng official return to work order na kailangan niya bumalik. And if ayaw niya bumalik, state the reasons why. At least documented ka on record na siya mismo yung ayaw, hindi mo lang siya basta hindi pinapasok, di ba? And then all your other remedies will arise from the fact na sinabi niya na ayaw pumasok kasi natatakot pa ako sa COVID. But definitely, you cannot terminate solely based on the fact that natatakot siya pumasok dahil sa COVID. But of course, these things change every month, no? Yung threat sa atin ng COVID, but we cannot still remove that fact from them. So going to the second question, prior to the community quarantine, nagkaroon ng hearing, di ba? Na-cancel yung hearing, but the office is operating since June. When is the best time to proceed with the canceled hearing? So anytime the hearing for the admin investigation is a management prerogative, no? But we have to already start treating HR practice now with the new technology, diba? Zoom na lahat, ano na. We have to accept the fact that we cannot make it an excuse. We cannot make it an excuse na merong quarantine. We cannot make it an excuse na walang physical presence, diba? So you can push through with the admin investigation. Meron naman silang pang Facebook, diba? So meron silang data kahit paano. Then you use all of those remedies. So my answer is you can start as soon as you want. No? It's part of your management prerogative. I hope I was able to answer your question, Mark.
Thank you. Well, okay, sir. Actually, 2 points na nakuha ko doon. Make sure that you document everything. And kung sakaling padala natin na sulat, at saka lang manggaling yung kanilang naisin talaga na hindi pala kaya pumasok sa takot dahil sa COVID. And second, make use of the technology available. Whether meron data, pwede Messenger, or Viber, or Zoom to conduct the administrative hearing. So thank you for that answers, Attorney John. Let's move to the next set of questions. For compensation and benefits, si Sir Freddy Previsias pong sasagot dito, can we defer statutory benefits for startup company until profits normalize in this time of pandemic? The second question is for employees who will undergo retrenchment, what compensation and benefits can employees expect or demand? I actually would like, after siguro makapag-share si Sir Freddy, makapag-share din yung ibang ating panelists regard of their best practices on these questions po. Thank you. Sir Freddy, go ahead po.
Maraming salamat, Sir Mark. And to the person who asked this question, wow, ang ganda, no? Napaka-timely kasi kung ako nga ang isang may-ari ng kumpanya, I don't have profit eh. How can I pay my employees? So, well, first of all, pag-usapan natin yung statutory benefits. Kasi regardless whether kung may pandemic or not, kung kayo po ay may employees of 10 or lower, let me repeat, if you have an employee base of 10 or lower, exempted po kayo sa pagbayad ng minimum wage. As long as you have to apply it, you have to inform DOLE na, DOLE, ako po ay hihingi ng exemption sa minimum wage. Why? Kasi po ang aking employee base, ang aking mga tauhan ay 10 or less. That's number one. Ngayon, pag-usapan natin yung statutory benefits. Ito ba yung SSS, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, overtime pay, night differential, lahat nung nakasulat sa labor code. Ayon po sa aking magiting na guro na si Attorney Bitonio ng UP School of Labor, ang sabi po niya, hindi po maaaring i-forgo, i-waive ang statutory benefits. Dahil ito po ay kinakailangan ng ating mga manggagawa. Ito po ay unang-unang sinusuri pag tayo po, di ba? If we're going to open our own company, kung tayo po ay hihingi ng permit, kung tayo po ay mag-a-apply ng mga business permits or mayor's permit, ito po ay tinitignan. Kung tayo po ba ay may kakayahang magbayad. Otherwise, hindi po tayo mabibigyan ng permit to operate. Therefore, can we defer statutory benefits for startup company until profits normalize? Ang sagot ko po rito, as far as legal is concerned, hindi po maaari. Pasensya na po, no? Dahil tayo po ay may batas. Ngayon, can you now ask for compassion from your employees? That would be another discussion, a different discussion. But can you have negotiation like that? Siguro later on, kasi nakita ko yung mga questions, I can discuss that later on. But for now, to answer the first question, hindi po maaari dahil you are going to go against the law and we need to be legal. The second one, for employees who will undergo retrenchment, what compensation and benefits can employees expect or demand? Ayon lang po ito sa ating batas, ito yung tinatawag na authorized cost. Number one, dapat i-inform mo yung empleyado. Pag ina-inform mo yung empleyado, i-inform mo rin ang DOLE kasi dapat meron siyang 30-day notice. Ngayon, depende na po yung tenure niya, kung gaano siya katagal sa kanyang trabaho. Dahil ang bayad po ay 1 month for every year of service. Kung kulang-kulang po sa 1 taon at ito ay lumagpas ng 6 na buwan, maaari na po itong i-consider as 1 year. And then, mayroon pa bang ibang benefits? Opo, kung ayon po sa inyong policy na minomonetize ang inyong unused VL, SL, yun po ay kinakailangang ibigay because that is according to the contract between you and your employees. Marami pong salamat.
Wala. Going once, twice. Okay. Ang na-pick up ko po doon, importante, yung sa unang tanong, hindi po maaari. Pasensya na daw po. Talagang ganon. Legal basis po ang pinagbasihan ng sagot ni kapatid na Freddy. And second is, documentation is important and look at the policies of the company which ano yung mga minomonetize na benepisyo na pwede nyo makuha when you separate. Okay.
Pwede pa ba magdagdag?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Ganito po yan, kung kayo po ay dahil i-declare nyo yan, pupunta kayo ng DOLE, pwede naman po kayo magtanong sa DOLE, tanin nyo, tama ba ang aking computation? Tama ba ang aking pagkakaunawa sa labor code? Dahil ang mga kasama po natin, mga kapatid natin sa Department of Labor, sa regional office, sila po ay magbibigay ng libreng kasagutan sa inyong mga katanungan.
So, wag po daw tayo mahihiyang magtanong. Hindi ko na po susunod yung mga ibang salita kasi baka po mag-promote ako ng isang brand ng gamot. Just to keep you awake, everyone, magandang hapon again. Sir Eric, you want to say something?
I'm okay. Okay, ang ganda ng sagot ni Sir Freddy.
Ayos. Okay, let's move to the next set of questions. Under L&D, Learning and Development, kay Miss Janine. Miss Janine, ang tanong po sa inyo ay, what are the training or activities on innovation in times of pandemic? Second question, given the pandemic, how can training be more interactive considering the medium is only virtual? Interesting.
Thank you, Thank you for this question, Because if there's one HR activity that is affected by this crisis, it's really the training aspect because, we're not allowed to gather, we're not allowed to bring people in one room, So, I guess sa amin, just to share our experience, we had to re-vector our training programs from classroom to online. So, ang unang-una namin ginawa, tiningnan namin kung alin sa mga programa namin ang pwedeng i-convert kaagad ng online training at naggawa kami kinonvert namin sila to virtual sessions. So we had to Also look at the time. Kasi kapag classroom training, pwede kang mag-training ng maghapon. Pero kapag virtual training, you cannot do a whole day training because it's going to be very ineffective, no? And you lose people in the process. So the innovation that we've done there is we decided to chop up. If a training is a whole day or multi-days, we delivered it in short sprints, no? 2 hours, and then we give people assignments, and then another 2 hours, we give people assignments. And then there is check-ins in between. So that's one of the things we did. We also tried to compress and only look at what's needed and necessary for us to be able to deliver content to our employees. And what I also discovered is that there are so many available online courses that are not very expensive. No? And you'll be amazed by the kind of innovation that also happened, Mark, in the learning space. Because if I recall, the first time we were, the first, kumbaga yung mga first online trainings that I've seen, they're kind of difficult to complete because the videos take forever, and then you fall asleep and then the video is not yet done. But now, when I look at the online learning sessions, they have also learned to produce short bursts of video, like 15 minutes, 9 minutes, and then they give you interactive activities. So I think yun yung innovation that really happened in this pandemic. And there are already a lot of innovation that is available in the market. For example, you can get as low as, in our particular case, in my experience, it's only $15 per employee for 1 year subscription. And they have unlimited library of learning programs that they can access. So, and then the prices become, sa amin, nakuha namin at that rate because we are 1,000. 1,200, no? But I think you can get very good price in the market right now. And then the second question, given the pandemic, how can change? I think really it's really about innovating in the way you conduct. I think time is a very important element in the way you would innovate, as I mentioned earlier. Don't do it all in one sweep. It's also better to do it in the morning when people are still active, as opposed to late in the afternoon when people are already tired during the day. No? So I think those are very important things to consider when you do online learning in this pandemic. What I've also discovered is that because people do not have a choice, our online engagement for training is very low. We even have to force and reward people for doing online training. Now, our engagement and utilization of our training licenses, we are at 90+%.
Wow.
From less than 10% to 90+%. So I think this pandemic also brought a lot of opportunities in the learning space for HR practitioners as well. No? It allowed us, it gave us the opportunity to say na, to deliver training also at lesser amount. Because before, when you do classroom training, you need to provide food, AM snack, lunch, PM snack. No? And sometimes it's so hard to get your budget approved because the cost of your training delivery, training content is 10%, 90% of it is in the logistics. But I think now there's really opportunity to make a bigger bang for the buck because you don't have to really feed people when you're doing online. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Janine. Actually, kami nga, ang aming budget is underrun because pandemic. Kasi nga wala nga pakain.
Yes.
But, Miss Janine, question lang. You're telling us, anong platform ito if you would like to share sana sa viewers and listeners?
Yes. So we are using Persidio, if you're familiar with it. Persidio, and they have different packages. So they have a program that is specific for leaders, and they have really very, very good, comparable siya to Coursera, I would say, in terms of the experts that are there, no? They have experts discussing topics, and there are books. It's complete. There are audio that you can, books that you can listen to. There are learning sessions. There are also Ask the Expert. There are forums, and it's only for the leaders. It's around $20. For the mid management, it's around, if my memory serves me right, nasa $15 to $18 per person.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 80
for annual
$15 to
subscription,
$18.
Mark.
Yeah,
That's
thank
for
you.
annual subscription.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Yeah. Thank you for that. Guys, you can check Presidio. Kung gusto niyo.
Not advertising. I'm not
Hindi naman,
connected
hindi.
with
We can also mention, we've mentioned Coursera, we'll mention Allison. Baka yung mga yun ng online courses na pwede rin nilang puntahan.
Yeah, but if you want a price point that's affordable, I think it's very affordable.
Yeah.
Parang
Thank
for
you.
1 year.
Freddy, you want to say something?
Oh, yan. Pasensya na, no? Ang dami kong gustong isabihin.
Welcome yan, welcome.
Oh, thank you. Doon sa sinabi ni Janine, makikita mo talaga yung basic human need, the hunger for learning, the hunger for growth, the hunger to do something at this pandemic. So, ang pwede kong i-suggest sa ating mga nakikinig or nanonood, particularly kung kayo po ay medium, micro, small, medium enterprise. Kung kayo po ay walang kakayahan na magkaroon ng virtual, kasi di ba nga nagtatanggal na nga kayo and then how much more for training? Ano pa ba ang pwede natin gawin? Ang pwede kong i-suggest is, oftentimes, yung tayo na nasa HR, hindi rin natin alam ang sagot. Pero, alam yan ng mga taong nasa floor. Oo, di ba? Pwedeng siguro, during informal conversations, tanungin mo yung mga kasama mo, alam mo, gusto kitang bigyan ng training kaya lang wala tayong pera hindi natin kaya yung magka-broadband lang, no? Ano ba pwede natin gawin para, and you'll be amazed na dito papasok yung first question na about innovation. Kasi yung innovation does not only mean na dapat, ang ganda, all of a sudden na biglang change around, no? Innovation can also be small trunkets of change. And you'll be surprised. You'll get the most intelligent answers from your own employees.
Yes. In fact, it's good that you mentioned that, Freddy. No, in our company, we have actually developed internal speakers. They develop their modules. We help them develop the modules because they know the content, pero yung paano nila gagawin na maging training siya, hindi siya orientation program, yun yung tinuturo namin sa kanila, and we co-develop with them, and then they run it. And it's amazing how they respond. So, at saka may engagement kasi meron silang mga kabarkada nila yan sa nagtuturo. So, it's also a good way to engage.
That's nice to hear. Sir Eric, may dagdag ka po. Sir, nakamute ka po. Sir, nakamute ka.
I just want to share, no, kasi recently I've attended several courses din sa LinkedIn, no. Siguro if we can ask our participants to be active sa LinkedIn, ang daming courses sa LinkedIn na for free. Just the other day, nag-offer ang DDI nung coaching for high performance, which I invited my friends to register, no. You don't have to pay. Kung may makikita kayo, mag-active lang kayo sa LinkedIn, ang daming ninyong makukuhang courses doon na ino-offer for free. So please do create your own page on LinkedIn and explore that platform, and surely you will get a lot of free courses. Aside of course do sa mga ino-offer ni Ma'am Janine, which are really good platform, meron din mga iba na yun talagang kulang ang budget, tingin-tingin lang kayo sa LinkedIn, marami. Yes, thank you.
Made minor changes on how we conduct trainings, make it bite sizes so that it not be too boring. No? Okay. Susunod po nating topic is organizational development. Thank you again, Janine. We have two questions for Sir Obet. Sir Obet, tanong po nila, as HR in a small company, how do I introduce OD to our team? And second question, how to reform organization culture? Tough questions. Sir Obet,
thank you very much, Trusting Mark, for this question. So actually, the first question, how do I introduce OD to our team? I think this does not only apply to small companies, even to medium and large companies, because the OD practice really in the Philippines, generally speaking, is not yet that familiar to most. No? So first and foremost, go back to the basics. You can have bite sizes of introduction on what organization development is all about. So if you are a seasoned HR practitioner, you can already do this. In fact, the OD as a work is already embedded in our roles as HR practitioners. Hindi lang ho natin alam. So kung a-attend tayo ng mga formal courses na makikita natin na marami nag-o-offer nito, no? It would be best kung makaka-attend kayo and you can do a re-echo so that you can properly orient and guide your team. And then spot someone in your team who has the charisma and the heart for OD work, because not all are really ready to become OD practitioner. Now, how to reform organization culture? So this is where you will use organization development. So I think first and foremost, kinakailangan makita natin yung rationale, the reasons behind bakit kinakailangan i-reform ang kultura ng iyong organization. So before you reform, kinakailangan i-define natin what kind of organization culture that we have. Baka mamaya, hindi natin alam kung ano ba talaga siya. So define the organization culture, especially the non-negotiable in terms of organizational values, norms, behaviors, starting from the top, going down to the bottom. Meaning, kinakailangan makita sa taas. Hindi po pwedeng merong organizational culture enhancement or overhaul dito lang sa baba o sa mid part of the organization. Kaya it must come from the top. Second, have visible champions as proponents, no? As proponents of reforming the organizational culture. And obviously, the best champion who will really endorse this is no less than the CEO, the president of the company, together with her or his mancom, and down the line. Right? Third, I think it's also important that we align the culture with the organization's vision, mission, and values. Sometimes, ang nagiging problema, gustong gawin yung culture management, pero there is no crafted, cascaded company's vision, mission, values. At may kulang mo yan, ha? Madalas nakikita natin yung company values without the norms. What is a norm? A norm is a specific behavior being embraced by each and every employee. When we say employee, hindi lang ito yung ordinaryong manggagawa po. Kasama ho dyan yung may-ari, yung presidente, yung management team. No? Kinakailangan mapakita nila in action anong behavior, the way they relate to one another within and outside of the company. Yan po ang norm para makita nyo kung yung value ay isinasabuhay. Kaya importante as HR practitioner, the HR department must consider the HR processes, the systems, the policies. If these things are building and sustaining the management of the culture of the organization. Minsan sa HR, dyan nagkakaproblema. Hindi akma yung mga polisiya at sistema. Now, another fourth approach is reinforce the culture into your company's brand. So pag sinabi natin culture, this is a way of life. The way we think, the way we live, the way we say, the way we interact. It's a day-to-day thing. So the proof of the pudding is in the eating, as we know. So how do we know if we have the right culture? It shows first and foremost in our interpersonal relationships, horizontal and vertical. Now, if we are happy employees, definitely our employees will give happiness to customers in terms of products and services. So reinforce the company culture into your company's brand. In other words, the culture, bigat itong question na to, the culture must resonate both to the employees and to the marketplace. O yan ang minsan madalas ang missing link. There is no connection between the employees and the marketplace. So this is now required. Ito sinasabi ko that it must resonate in the marketplace because today, more than ever, uso ngayon yung online transactions. So this is now a big move brought by pandemic. Kaya madami na nangyayari online. So, paano natin babaguhin ang ating mga traditional approaches of servicing, producing our products, etc. Now, we have to devise an assessment process. We have to measure everything. So, when it comes to organizational culture management, part of the design, which is an OD act, kailangan makita na natin doon sa plano pa lang. What are the success indicators? Now, pag hindi natin naramdaman yung mga success indicators as we roll it out, of course, opposite of success indicator is failure indicator. So, kailangan na may measure natin yan. So, demonstrate the effectiveness of your efforts by implementing, number one, employees surveys. And then you need to analyze your talent of your people. So I think that part of the talent management. And ito importante, pinaka-importante, you need to assess business ethics. Minsan yung ba shortcut Especially we are now operating in a virtual mode. So honesty, importante yan. Now don't rush. Don't rush the improvement and changing the culture because it will not happen overnight. Okay? Hindi pwede dito yung Russian, Argentinian, at Canadian style. Alam mo ba yun? Russian, Argentinian, and Canadian style of doing things. It takes more than a year or even more for us to primarily introduce the appropriate culture, especially now we are in a new set, we are in a new environment, and then eto na, start and invest now. Begin whatever you can, because culture change is not a one and done exercise. Hindi yan instant coffee, instant noodles, instant replay. In other words, there is always more work to be done. when it comes to reforming organizational culture. And lastly, be bold and lead, meaning be purposive and consistent in stepping up to encourage and persuade everyone in the organization, including the third-party people, meaning ito yung mga third-party providers natin. Kasi in the eyes of our customers, in the eyes of the public, the third-party people are also part of our organization. So, you need to step up as well, everyone. So, yan lang po ang sagot ko dyan. Magbigat po yung tanong.
Thank you, thank you. We appreciate the responses, Sir Obet. Talagang medyo mabigat nga yung tanong sa inyo. Okay, I just want to may mga na-pick up ko from Sir Obet. I just want to emphasize lang to our viewers, listeners, and the rest of who are tuned in. Importante that we conduct muna tayo ng assessment, climate assessment. And then, after the climate assessment, we define where do we want to be. No? That will derive what our success indicators will be. And then, in between, we can make checkpoints by doing surveys. No, Sir Robert? And wag po natin kalimutan that we have to gather people of champions to help us out in introducing and making the changes needed in the organization. Of course, yung top management is also key people in the introduction of OD in the business. That concludes the first set of questions, no? Maraming salamat sa panelists natin sa first set of questions that we've rolled out. At the moment, meron po tayong 166 attendees.
Wow.
Dito sa WebEx. WebEx pa lang po yan. Iba pa ho yung nakikinig sa atin sa Facebook, iba pa ho yung nakikinig sa atin sa YouTube, at iba pa rin ang nakikinig sa atin sa... Meron bang tayong radyo? Hindi, wala po.
Soon.
But those 166 po na nasa WebEx, we would like to ask, sino po sa inyo ang part ng SMEs o yung micro, small, medium enterprises po? We would like to see your answers at ating chat box, and then later on I will mention your companies and your names as well. So let's move to the second round. Magandang hapon po.
Sir Tito Mark, sandali lang. Pasensya na.
Mark lang po, wag na yung Tito.
Okay. Yung usapin ni Sir Obet ang ganda, no? Kasi halata at tanyag si Sir Obet about OD. Ang gusto ko lang i-address is paano naman kung ang iyong kumpanya ay part really ng micro, small, medium enterprise. Ang nasa utak ko, no? 100% family-owned companies. Therefore, when we talk about culture, we talk about who is the patriarch and who is the matriarch. In other words, paano ba ang formation ng organization na yon or of that particular business? So kung kayo ay MSME, kung galing po sa inyong nanay, tatay ang inyong business, unang-unang tanong ay, kailangan nyo ba talagang mag-transform ng kultura? Dahil yung family in itself, 'di ba? Ang gandang value in any company, lahat ng organization na aking nasalihan. Ang research is always about one of the reasons why they stay with the companies, particularly because of the family culture. Therefore, anong gusto kong i-connect dito? Ang gusto ko lang sabihin po sa inyo ay, kung kayo po ay micro, small, medium enterprise at naiisip nyo, alam nyo kasi naririnig ko, dapat palitan ko yung kultura eh. Dito, papasok yung sinabi kanina ni Sir Obet. Assess muna. Kung ako yung anak ng may-ari, tatanungin ko muna sarili ko, kailangan ba talaga? If you would want to make yourself as a professional company, ito yung pumapasok yung sinabi ni Tito Mark na where you want to go, your vision statement. Ayan. So, how do I end my yung pakikialam ko sa usapin ng OD? If you are part of a micro, small, medium enterprise, and particularly if you're a family-owned organization, you really have to talk with your owners, with your parents, with the patriarch. Is there really a must? Is it a must for you to change your culture?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Freddy. Is there anything na meron gusto idagdag ang ating panelists? But thank you for that additional input, Freddy. Banggitin ko lang si Cromwell Maestrado of Liquid Packaging Corporation. Siya daw ay nabibilang sa medium enterprise. Thank you for joining us, Cromwell. Okay, let's go to the next set of questions po. Balik po tayo sa talent acquisition kay Sir Eric. Sir Eric, ang tanong po nila ay ganito. What should company look for applicants right now? And what are the factors to consider when making a hiring decision, especially if there is a dissenting opinion among the members of the selection board? Which are the most important?
Okay, thank you. Well, unang-una, siguro kailangan natin tanungin yung kumpanya natin, no? What should the company look for in an applicant? Siguro applicants right now, siguro tignan natin ano ba yung direksyon ng kumpanya natin? Ano bang plano natin? Well, alam natin na pandemic din ngayon, no? May mga standard kasing pwede nating sabihin. Pwede ko naman sabihin, eto hanapin mo, eto ang gawin mo. Pero siguro una nating dapat tanungin is ano ang plano ng kumpanya, ano ang direksyon ng kumpanya, ano ang mga objectives ng kumpanya para sabihin natin, eto siguro yung nararapat para sa inyo. Well, magbigay tayo ng example, no? For example, a service company, no? Sabihin natin siguro restaurants, no, mga ganyan. Ano ang kailangan natin sa mga aplikante? Hindi ko naman pwedeng sabihin dapat ganito yung kunin mong aplikante. Ito ay nakadepende sa pangangailangan ng industriya o ng inyong business. Pero may mga standards. Siguro magbibigay din ako ng example. No, like for example, unang-una mahalaga yung communication skills, no, natin dahil ngayon pandemic, hindi tayo pwede lahat nasa bahay lang, no. Constantly we communicate. Napakahalaga na marunong tayong alam natin gamitin yung mga platforms natin, no. Pwede tayong gumamit ng Zoom, pwede tayong gumamit ng ganyan, no. Kailangan yung hahanapin nating candidate or applicant, meron siyang ability to communicate, hindi siya mahiyain, hindi siya tahimik, no. Kailangan meron siyang capacity to communicate. Pangalawa, siguro na kailangan natin yung adaptability, no, abilidad niya na maka-adapt sa situation. Kasi alam naman natin ang nangyayari ngayon, no? Ibang-iba sa normal. This is not really a new normal, no? Maraming tao ang tingin nila sa pandemic ay kadiliman, no? Yung iba masyadong nag-aalala, natatakot, no? Kailangan natin ng tao na kaya niyang mag-adapt sa challenges of the pandemic. Paano ba yon? Like, may pagkakataon na baka kailanganin natin na itong aplikante na to magre-report sa office. Kailangan natin siya, pwede siya mag-work from home. Kailanganin natin siya pumunta sa customer, no? Kailanganin natin siya pupunta siya sa government offices. Kasi yun yung kailangan doon sa trabaho niya. Kaya niya ba yung ganyan? Makaka-adapt ba siya sa ganyang sitwasyon? So, communication, adaptability, and then siguro hahanapin din natin yung ability niya to collaborate, no? Dahil itong panahon na ito gaya ng communication, no? Dapat marunong din siyang makipag-ugnayan sa ibang tao, no? Na iba't ibang level in the organization, kasi hindi naman to kagaya ng normal na pupunta ka lang doon sa office niya, pupunta ka lang doon sa kasamahan mo sa isang departamento, makukuha mo na yung desisyon or makukuha mo na yung nanaisin mo. Ngayon, kailangan mo talagang gumamit ng paraan para makausap mo siya dahil busy din siya. Marami siyang meetings, marami siyang Zoom activities, no? So, kailangan mong mag-collaborate. Kailangan itong tao na i-hire natin is strong in collaboration. Marunong siyang mag-navigate ng organization para makuha niya yung kanyang impormasyon na kakailanganin. So, communication, adaptability, and collaboration, no? Of course, dapat meron din siyang tinatawag na digital dexterity. Ibig sabihin, yung mga ginagamit natin ngayon, lahat digital na di ba? Lahat ng activities natin, either Zoom, pwedeng mangyari, pwede rin through Skype. Etong ginagamit natin, WebEx, no? Meron pang ibang mga platforms, no? Pwede rin through mobile, pwedeng through laptop, no? So kailangan yung candidate natin familiar sa mga tools na yan, no? Kung hindi, magkakaroon tayo ng malaking challenge. Pero gaya ng sinabi ko, umpisahan natin yan sa anong industriya tayo, anong hinahanap natin. Pero sabi ko nga, ito yung mga standards, no? Communication, adaptability, collaboration, at digital dexterity. Itong apat na to, sana kung kailangan ay nandoon sa loob ng candidates. Okay? So, apat na yan, no? Hindi ko na dadagdagan dahil ang competencies, pag sumobra sa apat, napaka mabigat ng hanapin. Masyado ng tedious para sa mga hiring managers. Okay? Let's just focus on those 4. Tapos dagdagan nyo na lang siguro ng 3 for functional competencies, no? Like kung ang hinahanap nyo ay HR assistant, dapat anong kailangan nyo? Recruitment ba yung skills niya? O dapat marunong siya ng search, meron siyang sourcing strategies, no? Dapat marunong siya ng interviewing skills, no? Dapat marunong din siya to facilitate or conduct testing, no? So kung yun dagdagan nyo lang ng 3 for functional competencies. Okay? So that's the first question. Sa pangalawa nating question, what are the factors to consider when making a hiring decision, especially if there is a dissenting opinion? Okay, kami sa Nissan, meron kaming standard kasi we go through panel interviews, especially for high-level jobs or kaya siguro sabihin natin mga managerial, no? Meron tayong tinatawag na parang table or parang matrix, no? Na nandyan lahat ng competencies na hinahanap natin. Tapos lalagyan natin siguro ng score, no? Parang may tabulated siya. Okay, first candidate is si Mark, second is Eric, third is Janine. Tapos dun sa sa horizontal side naman, lagyan nyo ng mga competencies. Sabi nga natin ng communication, collaboration, adaptability, and then lalagyan natin ng score. In that way, we become objective sa selection process, no? Mawi-weed out yung dissenting opinion kasi unless the dissenting opinion is the hiring division head, ayun, medyo mabigat yun. Pero kung equal footing lang tayong lahat, 5 tayo o 3 tayo nag-interview, I think that kind of system or objective way of looking at the candidate by using a tabulated or matrix form, medyo maiiwasan natin yung mga subjectivity or yung mga dissenting opinion. Bakit? Ganyan. Kung gusto nyo pa na mas maging challenging ang inyong pagde-decide sa pagkuha ng candidates, lagyan nyo po ng weight o bigat ang bawat competency. Kung napakahalaga sa inyo ng communication skills, lagyan nyo yung communication skills ng 20%. Kung mahalaga sa inyo yung collaboration, lagyan nyo ng 20%. Kung yung adaptability naman ay hindi ganun ka halaga, lagyan nyo ng 10%. Okay? So paglagay nyo ng weights, mas na i-streamline, no, yung ating pag-select ng candidates. Okay? So those things will really help you reduce subjectivity. Okay? So lagyan nyo yan ng weights, lagyan nyo ng competencies, at i-compare nyo yung bawat candidates. And then, kung halimbawa nag-arrive na kayo, mararank nyo na yan eh. Kung halimbawa 5 yung candidates nyo, Mararank nyo na yan. Mark is number 1, Eric is number 3, Janine is number 2. So meron na kayong more or less indicator na si Mark pala yung leading candidate. Kaya lang, halimbawa, meron kayong ibang, yung dissenting opinion, meron siyang opinion na napakabigat against Mark, pwede nyo rin pag-usapan yan through consensus. Okay? So, yon ang pwede natin gamitin to avoid subjectivity and increase objectivity. And then, kung merong mabigat na dissenting opinion, that dissenting opinion should really be very important sa business. Baka yung values nyo na ilagay nyo na lahat ng competencies pero may value kayo na yun pala hindi minamanifest ni Mark, and then meron siyang mga hindi magandang practices in the past, then that could actually merit him not being able to be chosen as the number 1. May mga ganyang opinion. Hindi naman yan cast in stone, no? It can be discussed and it can be actually parang pwede kayong magbotohan din dyan kung ma-reduce nyo lang yung subjectivity, pero you can still come with a final decision. Okay? Yes, Sir Mark.
Thank you, Eric. Magandang yung mga sagot mo. Two key points po nabanggit ni Sir Eric. So, sa first question niya po, define niyo po daw kung ano yung kailangan ng kumpanya. And then, set competencies po. Mayroon core competencies at saka functional competencies. And then, sa second question po ni Sir Eric, create a selection matrix that will be helpful po sa inyong pag-select at pagka-deliberate ng mga candidates para hindi po daw kayo mahirapan. Thank you, Sir Eric. Okay. Next two questions po natin ay under labor relations kay Attorney John. Attorney John, ang questions po nila ay itong the following. Is the employer obliged to pay employees who were required to go on a 14-day quarantine by client? Can a company impose mandatory overtime? Can workers opt out from such arrangement? Attorney John.
Okay, Mark. Thank you sa question. But yung question na yun is very common now. Ang dami naming naririnig ngayon dyan kasi lalo na nung nag-ease up na yung mga quarantines na pinapayagan na dahan-dahan yung mga industriya na magpapasok ng empleyado. So, the first rule there, the guiding principle is that no work, no pay pa rin talaga. So, the only exceptions to this rule, it is a very fair rule. Pag walang trabaho, walang bayad, di ba? Ang exceptions lang dyan is that if ang employer ang may kasalanan, so ibig sabihin illegally dismissed, illegally locked out, illegally suspended, yan, kailangan mo bayaran ng back wages. Pero in this case, hindi naman kasalanan ng employer ng COVID saka yung quarantine, di ba? Kasi the quarantine is a government guideline na kailangan sundin to protect all of us. It is an exercise of the police power of the state, So because of that, hindi pwede ang mag-suffer yung employer for that. Hindi naman niya ginusto yan eh. Hindi naman niya ginusto na ma-quarantine ka, diba? Next is if ang isang exception sa rule na no work no pay is if by law katulad ng regular holiday pinapayagan na hindi pumasok pero bayad pa rin, diba? So that is a congressional act, diba? And another one is if it's by agreement as a benefit, katulad ng mga paid leaves natin, it's a voluntarily given, yun lang yung exception. So the rule is no work, no pay. Hindi naman natin pwede impose yung burden sa employer nung nangyari dito sa COVID kasi this is a fortuitous event. None of us expected this. So, yun. Yung sa next question, can the company impose mandatory overtime? Wala ho nagbago sa batas just because yung COVID nangyari. So, even though it's work from home, even though may pandemic yun, there are certain situations that the law allows us. The labor code, specifically sa Article 89 na ina-allow us to, yung employers, allows the employer to impose yung mandatory overtime, including, kunyari, may war, diba? May national emergency, it is necessary, diba, to prevent loss of life or property, or may imminent danger, diba, with respect to the factory. Kunyari, magsusunog, magkakaroon ng baha, kailangan mo ng tao para ilabas yung gamit yan. You are also required, If there's urgent work to be performed on the machines, on the equipment, yan, pwede mo rin siya i-mandate. Also, if it is necessary to prevent loss or damage to perishable goods, that's another reason to mandate overtime, no? Or where the completion or continuation of work started before the 8 hour, pero necessary siya ituloy para hindi ka magka-serious obstruction dun sa business operations ng employer. So, there are grounds that Article 89 provides us to mandate overtime, di ba? Can the workers opt out of such arrangement? Itong mga sinabi kong enumeration, it can border to insubordination pag tumanggi yung employee. But at the end of the day, it's a case-to-case situation on what is fair, what is necessary, di ba? Kailangan natin balance yan. But again, I go back to my first advice kanina, di ba, na document everything. Pag tumanggi yung employee mo, di ba, i-document mo. I can tell you now that it is not a just cause for termination, but isang incident lang. Pero pag naiipon yung times na ayaw niya makinig sa'yo, sulat ka ng sulat, document, then eventually, it becomes a pattern of behavior that you may have to discipline, di ba? You have to evaluate. So yeah, that's my answer, Mark. I hope I was able to answer your question.
Attorney, thank you po sa mga sagot. So guys, sa tatanong niyo po, pinapairal po yung no work, no pay. At ayun nga po, hindi po kasalanan ng kumpanya at tayo nagkaroon ng pandemic. So, and then Article 89 po, yung nabanggit ni Attorney Jan, no? But unless meron pong imminent danger, it's urgent, may masisirang, let's say, pagkain, ganyan, you are required to do overtime po. So Attorney John, salamat po sa mga sagot. We can move to the next set of questions. For compensation and benefits for Capredi, what other pay, hazard pay, example hazard pay, or mix of benefits can we provide the employees or to employees at this time to motivate them given the current situation? How does the pandemic play a factor in designing the total rewards package of the company?
Okay. Isang malalim na hininga. Maganda yung tanong, dahil it's very appropriate for our particular time. Ang gusto ko unang i-focus on regarding the question, the first question is motivate them in this time of pandemic. Meron po kasing there was a study made by the Ateneo CORD or Center for Organization Research and Development na nakasaad po doon sa survey, sa research na yun na karamihan sa ating mga mamamayan, mga Pilipino, hindi nasa pangatlo o pang-apat na antas yung halaga ng pera in terms of motivation. So, ayon din dun sa research na yun, they try to identify who are the group of people who will be motivated by the different factors or different benefits of companies. So, to answer this particular question, ang unang-una ko pong suggestion is, meron na po ba kayong demographic profile? Ano ba yung demographic profile? Normally, kung kayo po ay isang HR or katulad ni Sir Obet na isang OD champion, isang OD expert, ang demographic profile is trying to understand the different cuts of your employee or of your headcount. Example, ano ang pag kinorelate mo yung age sa sex or gender, ano yung lalabas? Pag kinorelate mo yung tenure with sex or age, if you try to correlate all of these variables, creating a demographic profile, a story of your organization, doon nyo po malalaman kung paano kayo magka-calculate at kung paano kayo magta-target ng motivation level. A very good example would be, I used to work for a company, ang dami po namin empleyado, and I was in charge of engagement. So, how do we try to do that? Kasi ang dami, ang mga more than 10,000 employees. So how do you ensure na dapat lahat sila ay motivated and engaged? Mahirap po. So mahabang usapin yan. You have to identify ano ba yung engagement drivers. And then you have to identify, and the most critical part there is up to where and how you would be able to provide motivation. Kasi that involves cost. Pero at the same time, meron din namang mga motivational benefits that will not require money. A good example would be a simple thank you. Just recently, nagkaroon po kami ng tinatawag kong Thank You Friday. Ano ba yung Thank You Friday? Kasi yung Monday to Friday, kahit na work from home ka, parang tagal eh. Parang isang taong ka na nagtatrabaho. So we thought of, ano ba pwede natin gawin that will be still sincere, authentic. Yan yung word na gusto namin i-emphasize. It is still authentic to motivate. At napagkasunduan is we create a Thank You Friday. Maganda po yung nangyari because hindi lang yung from the leaders, di ba? Sabi ni Sir Obet, dapat it should start from the leaders. From the leaders downward and up, nakaroon ng positive environment. Wala pong gastos. Thank you. But it means a lot. For the second one, does the current pandemic play a factor in designing the total rewards package of the company now? If yes, in what way? Yes, opo. Kasi particularly, di ba, when you try to create strategies, yung ating strat planning, ito yung mga panahon, itong buwan na to, may strat planning ka na dapat, and then pagdating November, magkakaroon kayo ng budget season, budget deliberation, so that pagdating na December, approval na lang ang kailangan. Di ba? So, for you to be able to go from one stage to the next, you always have to make analysis kasi. Dito papasok yung internal factor analysis, external factor analysis. Other call it as SWOT analysis, other call it as TOES matrix, other call it as business model canvas. Ang daming terminologies eh. Pero the most important part there is, ano ba talaga ang inyong objective for the next 2 to 3 years. Considering what is happening right now and with your financial statement, and if you think that would be enough, yung numbers na nasa financial statement mo, would be enough to make a projection for you to create a trending, then you can create your strategies out from there. Ang pinakamaganda pa talaga is you try to do research on your external factors, yung inyong competitor, gaano ba kalaki yung market, or even ano ba ang pag-shrink ng inyong market, ano yung nangyari sa inyong mga customers, saan ba sila pupunta, and all of those questions. So, one of the best things that I can do for you is, if you would like to know more, pwede tayo maging friends. Pwede nyo hanapin sa LinkedIn and or sa Facebook so that I can address your question even further. But for now, yun po ang aking magiging sagot.
Thank you, Kap. Pero 2 points na nakuha ko rin doon, ano? So sa total rewards, when you create one, kailangan tignan mo muna where do you want to go. And then, check kamusta ang financial standing ng kumpanya. Align it there. Align it to the vision, align it to the financials of the company. And then, importante yun, no? Yung demographic profiling when you are trying to create motivating factors and making your people happy. I'd like to ask, Jenny, baka meron siyang best practices sa Manila Water. Maybe we can hear from her. Janine?
Hi, Mark. Freddy, thank you for your sharing. No? Ang dami ko ring natutunan on what we can do as well in our company moving forward. Siguro for practices, if I may share, ito naman, medyo practical na ginawa lang namin during the pandemic. Ang isa sa mga napansin namin sa mga empleyado namin kasi during that time, marami sa kanila worried. Actually, yung mga empleyado sa kumpanya namin, they're so dedicated and committed, no? Gusto nilang pumasok pero yung fear nandoon, no, natatakot sila. Tapos, we're also seeing na may mga anxiety. Ang ginagawa kasi namin mula nung nagagawa kami ng mga tinatawag nilang dipstick survey. Yung mga simpleng survey lang na how are you feeling, nakasmile lang, yung mga ganon, mga 4 questions na. And we're seeing na maraming anxiety sa mga empleyado namin. So, ang view kasi namin sa Manila Water sa compensation and benefits ay yung tinatawag naming total rewards. So, it goes beyond the monetary benefit, kung hindi kung ano yung kabuang nare-receive nila, no? Including the social aspect of being employed in the company. So, ang una naming ginawa ay nag-open kami ng mga counseling sessions, free counseling session, at marami pong mga nag-o-offer na free counseling, no, sa anxiety, no. So, nakahanap kami ng mga sa National Mental Health at dito sa may Ateneo, yung CEFAM. So nakipag-coordinate kami sa kanila, kumuha kami ng session, tapos we connect our employees to them, no. At yun, ang bayad is mostly parang you donate. So I think that's very meaningful for our employees na meron kasing iba talagang sobrang takot silang pumasok lalo na nung nagsisimula pa lang yung price. So, ang una naming binantayan yung mental wellness ng mga tao. Pangalawa, yung aspect na nag-supply kami ng vitamin sa lahat ng empleyado. And it's really just multivitamins and vitamins na ang ginawa naman namin dito para medyo ma-stretch namin yung budget, lalo na sa atin, no, kung small companies tayo, budget is always a concern. Nag-ano kami sa Unilab, yung mga nag-o-offer ng mga medyo generic type of vitamins, kasi kung bibili ka ng mga branded vitamins, ang mabibigyan mo 10 lang. Whereas kapag ka generic multivitamins for the same benefit, you only spend very little. So we were able to stretch our budget, and up to now, we're providing basta every 30 days, we're giving vitamins to our employees. So yun, tapos support sa transportation. So it helped a lot. Tapos yung mga benefit namin na sa tingin namin hindi nakakailanganin, for example, uniform. Paano ka mag-uniform ngayon, ano? So ang ginawa namin, minonetize na lang namin yon as a monetary support for them, no? Sa mga executives naman namin, meron kaming kakaunting executives na merong ibang benefit like yung club membership. Siyempre, hindi naman sila pwedeng sumama doon na. Ang ginawa na lang namin, well, kung gagamitin nyo yan to buy vitamins, to do activities for your wellness, ang tawag namin, pwede nyong gawin yon. So, ang nirepurpose namin, yung ibang mga benepisyo na pwedeng gawin. And malaking bagay yon sa mga empleyado. So, I think in this day and age, you need to be very close to the ground. No? And one of the things we did also for HR is the moment the pandemic struck, we reorganized HR. Nagkaroon kami ng shadow structure. It's our BCP structure, wherein kahit na anong role mo sa HR, kasama ka dun sa care calls na tinatawag. Yung care calls, dahil nga hindi na kami magkita-kita ng mga empleyado at hindi nila alam kung saan sila pupunta, kami mismo sa HR, nag-i-initiate kami ng call. May kamustahan call, so may naka-assign na empleyado. Everyday, tinatanong lang namin sila, kumusta ka na? May issues ka ba sa HR? May support ka bang kailangan? No? And then, ang ginagawa namin, may statistics kami doon. And every Monday, nire-report namin yon sa management. Ito yung mga empleyado namin, ito yung mga tanong. At minomonitor namin kung gaano kailan kami nakaka-resolve yung turnaround time na tinasabi. So I think sa mga kasamahan nating nakikinig ngayon, lalo na kung medyo maliit lang yung kumpanya natin, ang hiningi ko lang sa mga taga-HR, you just spend 30 minutes in a day or 15 to 30 minutes, call 2 to 3 employees. Yun lang. Text, no? So ngayon, sa kabuuan ng pandemic, walang complaint, no, sa HR.
Excellent.
No, kasi tapos nag-form kami ng Viber group sa HR na lahat ng mga may tinawagan nasa Viber group namin, tapos we try to resolve, no. So I'm saying this, it's not really benefits, but it's part of the total rewards, no, of being part of how you are cared for, and how you are listened to in the organization. Nakakatulong siya sa pagbigay ng hindi man siya monetary. I guess yun yung ibig kong sabihin. Hindi kailangang monetary lahat ang ibigay natin sa panahong ito. Maaring makinig ka lang ng konti at nakakatulong siya ng sobra. So, yun lang. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Janine. Ang gaganda ng best practices na ginagawa ng Manila Water. And sa mga nakikinig, yung mga naka-tune in po sa atin, even Facebook and YouTube, hindi po kailangan expensive for us to take care of our employees, especially nowadays that we have to really tighten our belts, no? So, good point yun, HR, at least 3 people to call. Papagawa ko na again sa Lunes. Okay, continue tayo. Again, with next natin is L&D under Janine pa rin. Janine, ang questions po nila ay ito. Are there new leadership competencies and skills to learn in relation to then disruptions caused by the pandemic? I am just new in HR department. What do you suggest for me to learn first as a newbie HR practitioner? Ms. Janine?
Napakagandang tanong, no?
Yes.
Actually, alam mo, noong nagkaroon ng pandemic, I think all of us were, I think at a certain point, I would say, we're like fish that were taken out of water. Parang, what is this? Nobody is actually prepared for it. In fact, sa Manila Water, meron kaming tinatawag na risk management. No, at na-realize namin nung dumating ang pandemic na to, wala sa risk register namin ang pandemic. And I think even the practice of risk, ito, maraming nagulat sa atin. Ang realization ko lang in the 6 months that this pandemic has been ongoing, I think for our leaders, the most critical skill, sa palagay ko may 4 na skill set at 2 personal attributes, if you may call it that, na mahalaga, no? Sa pananaw ko, nakatulong ng mabuti sa pamumuno, no, ng mga leaders namin during this time. I think una yung communication. In this very trying times where before kasi pwede nating i-practice yung tinatawag nating management by sight, wherein you're in the office, you're in the same space, you see people, you see body language, and you can tell, no? If you know your people well, you can tell immediately if something is going on. But right now, you don't have those visual cues. You don't also know how they are performing when you are not around. I think ang magandang napatunayan ng crisis na to, if you're a leader and you're very good in communicating to your people, it doesn't matter where they are located, you can deliver. So I think that's one. And I think communication is also important, na meron kang cadence para may sort of predictability. So you communicate, there's cadence. In our company, one of the first things we implemented during the start of the crisis is we implemented nung unang 3 buwan or 4 na buwan, daily IMRT. Ang tawag doon, Incident Management Report. We treated this crisis as an incident wherein every day yung CEO namin, lahat ng Mancom at lahat ng senior leaders nasa isang conference call, video call. Ang unang pinag-uusapan namin yung estado ng mga empleyado. So merong HR report, ang tawag nila engagement report. So doon namin nire-report yung sinabi ko sa iyo, yung mga calls namin. No, ano yung mga services, no? And then minonitor din namin yung nagkakaroon ng case sa pandemic. So, tinatrack namin yan lahat. Nag-implement kami kaagad ng teleconsult sa company to help them. So communication is very important, both at the smaller group level and at the organization level. The second, I think, is decisiveness. Because since the start of this crisis, I can't recall already how many times the guidelines have changed. And as an organization, you need to adapt quickly. And if you don't read, before you know it, what you're implementing is already passé. So it's very important that you keep yourself informed, you communicate, there's decisiveness in the decision making. And third competency, I think, is empathy. And yung empathy is not, sabi nila, empathy is about taking what your people say for what it is and honoring it. Kung sabi niyang pagod siya, huwag mo sabihin, nasa bahay ka nga, paano ka pagod? Pag sinabi niyang pagod niya, I think the time where you just take it for what it is and then makinig ka. No, there's nothing more frustrating in this setup ng kinakat ka pagka nagsasalita. So I think the fourth competency will be listening. And sabi nga nila, the way for you to tell if you're listening is that if after somebody spoke, you already have a clear answer, then you're not probably listening. Probably what you're doing is answering while the person is talking. So very critical yung active listening. Na habang nakikinig ka, tatanong mo, what is she saying? Anong sinasabi niya and how can I help? And then the last two are more attributes, no? Yung tinatawag nating resiliency. Resiliency and change agility, I think, are very important. No, yung resiliency is really about your ability to bounce back. Because at the start of this crisis, lahat ng bagay sa HR hinahanap. No? I think if you are not resilient, ikaw ang unang magkakasakit. So I think those are my thoughts, no, in terms of what are the competencies for leaders. Yung second question naman, how you're new in HR practice, what do you suggest for you to learn first? Ako, napakahalaga siguro based on my experience, yung maintindihan mo why, the why of HR. Why and what for. Don't focus lang on your function, because when you appreciate just the small portion of your function, you tend to lose out on the big picture. So napakahalaga na maintindihan nyo why HR exists, what is it for? Because when you do that, then as you learn your individual functions, you will not lose sight of the why you exist, why HR exists in the first place. No? So I think kung HR practitioner ka, I think kailangan maintindihan mo yung foundations of HR. At ang dami-daming material na available. Kapag ka nag-search kayo, ang tip ko lang sa inyo, sa mga kasamahan natin dito, ang daming free material online. Pero kapag para mas maganda yung mga makuha ninyong material, pagka nag-search kayo ng topic, i-type nyo PDF sa dulo. And usually when you type a topic and you put PDF, what you get are white papers that are very comprehensive and complete. So, yun ang suggestion ko. Mark?
Nice. So, remember that, folks. Once you search, i-include nyo po yung PDF. So, meron kayong white paper. Gaya na banggit ni Jenny, no? Communication, empathy, listening, active listening skills, being resilient, ito yung mga importanteng leadership competencies at the moment. And I think ito yung kailangan din natin even moving forward, ano? And then for kung meron mga bago sa atin and still repurposing their existence as being HR practitioners, find your why. Find your why and always think of the big picture. Thank you, Janine, for those inputs. Let's move to the next. Thank you. Next two questions. after these two questions that to be answered by our past president, Sir Obet Policarpio, tayo po ay mag-break. Ano po? But before we do that, ito po, sasagutin ni Sir Obet, ang ating OD expert. How can a change-resistant organization be developed? And how can we encourage employees to still be productive despite work burnout? Sir Obet, paano nga ba?
Kumusta? So how can a change-resistant organization be developed, and how can we encourage employees still to be productive, no, during this situation? Well, as we know, talagang sa panahon ngayon, mas lalong mahirap. Sasabihin ko talaga to kung noong naka-face-to-face tayo, hirap na tayo. Much more ngayon because of the distance and space. How can a change-resistant organization be developed? Mahaba-habang proseso yan. Especially when we talk of the small, medium-scale enterprises. Now, I believe most of the family business-owned business, kumpanya, matagal na rin sila. In fact, yung OD, nangyayari na doon. So it's just a matter of putting a formal structure, formal label on how each to put a framework by best practices years, as these best practices had been passed on from one generation to another generation and to the new generation. So, importante yan na there must be almost the birth pains, what were the formulas and unwritten strategies done by the old predecessors. Because knowing what had happened in the past, this will now become part of the formula of the new generation. Kumbaga, nung araw, hindi uso yung bulletproof. Di ba? Pero ngayon, ang sinasabi kasi dito yung change-resistant organization. So how can we now create an organization that is bulletproof? Especially ngayon, all organizations, regardless of industries and sizes, have been exposed to this pandemic. Kaya dito papasok yung role ng OD specialist. Right? So, marami po tayong tools na pwedeng gamitin dyan. Kaya lang, kung i-discuss ko isa-isa yung mga tools at mga interventions, that will require not only 3-day seminar, no? Because we really have to look first and foremost at the actual business cases. And each business case is totally different from the other, right? Now, you cannot use all interventions in OD because there are rhyme and reason as to when is the best time to use such intervention. Now, importante kasi dito, first and foremost, yung mindset of the owner, no, from the top. Mindset of the management team. Nakalang sila mismo, they are solved and convinced na it's about time, more than ever, na maging bulletproof tayo. Ano ibig sabihin ng bulletproof? Kailangan, we have to bounce forward. No? In spite of the challenges, limitations, limited resources, medyo umiiksi na ang PC natin. But we have to continue moving on. Ano yung sabihin ng ng bullet? We have to unleash our own talents and skills. Diyan papasok yung competencies So sometimes you have competent people, but they are in the wrong position. And sometimes they are in the right position, but they don't have the right competencies. Baka it's about time na tingnan nyo, mga HR practitioner. Baka meron kayong force fit na tinatawag. So you need to have the right fit of people. Not in terms only of the job, but also in terms of fit for organizational culture. And yung tanong kanina eh. Now, L of bullet, we need to become loving. Loving, mahalin natin ang ating position as a business of its own. We need to embrace the entrepreneurial mindset in relation to our job. No? I believe hindi lang ito pang small, medium scale enterprise, even applies to sa mga malalaking kumpanya. Because our job in the organization is a business of our own. Because yan ang nagbibigay ng bread and butter, ng palaman sa pandesal, yung pandikoko. O, Pilipino tayo, kaya huwag tayo mag-bread and butter. Diba? Now, we need to become loyal. Not loyal to the person, but loyalty to the organization. Because people will come and go, but the organization will remain. And what is organization? Organization is not the structure. Organization is you and me. Organization means people. You cannot have an organization if there is no people. No? Kaya, importante yung E, engagement. Because, for me, when I say engagement, we do it from the heart. And what is heart? There is human relationship, a human relationship. And each of us, as member of the organization, being person, being human beings, ang nag-uugnay sa ating lahat ay yung puso natin. Kaya tayo sa HR, nandito tayo. We responded to a vocation. Kaya, we need to have a bulletproof heart. Yan yung pagmamahal na sinasabi. And there are two most important letters in the word heart, and that is H and R. It means human relationship. Kung ano nararamdaman ko bilang tao, nararamdaman nyo rin po bilang tao. Kaya hindi ko kayo pasasakitan. Hindi ko kayo wawalang niin kasi malulungkot kayo. And that is a violation of the dignity of man. Ay importante in organizational development, we always think of people, not only the business organization. And who make things possible, become reality in our organization. It's not the structure. Again, it's still the people. So the more employees are engaged because they are driven by their love from the heart, the organization will go on smoothly. And I think that is the best element if you want to have a change resistant organization. Hindi kayo matitinan. Hindi kayo matitinan. Ano huling word ng bullet? Letter T. Importante yung trustworthiness. Because nakapalaman sa trustworthiness yung character and competence. Both are very, very important. You may have the character, but you are incompetent. Hindi ka pagkakatiwalaan. You may have the competencies, ikaw pinakamatalino, pinakamagaling in your field of profession. Pero ang iyong character ay questionable. Hindi ka rin pagkakatiwalaan. So that is bullet for me. Again, B, bounce forward. U, unleash. L, loving. Another L, loyalty to the organization. E, engaging from the heart. And T, trustworthiness, because you have sustained a good character and competence at the same time. So partner, yan ang sagot ko sa unang tanong. Sa isa na, napahaba. No? Now, how can we encourage employees to still be productive despite work burnout? unang-una, yung mga managers, supervisors, you must be mentors, not tormentors. Again, let me repeat that. The supervisors, the managers, including the big boss, you must be mentors and not tormentors. Kasi sometimes, ang trabaho, hindi yan po ang nagiging work burnout. Ang nakaka-burnout yung co-worker, yung katrabaho. Tama ho ba? So ngayon, mas lalo natin intindihin, nag-work from home tayo. Ang hirap kaya. Ako sa experience ko, sa experience ng family namin, work from home ka, wala kang kasambahay. Ikaw lahat. At the same time, ang dami mong maasikasuhin. Yung trabaho sa opisina, trabaho sa bahay, hindi yung pwedeng i-excuse ko yung sarili ko. Dahil may webinar meeting, may Zoom meeting, etc. Kailangan, I should also do my part. No? In cleaning the house, attending to domestic errands, etc. Kaya wala nga asahan. No? Kaya, dapat tayo mismo as leaders, we set sustainably good examples. Yan. In other words, yung encouraging, lalaliman ko dyan, dapat we should not only encourage our employees. First and foremost, as leaders, we must inspire our employees, not in words, but in actions. Virtual inspiration. Respect also their personal time. Ang hirap dyan merong ibang mga manager supervisors hindi naman lahat. They don't also respect the personal time. After 6 na nga tatawagan pa, doon pa magsiset ng Zoom meeting. Kung kailan magdidina na, tsaka magtatawagan. I mean, we also, let's be realistic. And that is inspiration. Diba? Hindi perspiration. Yung work burnout, perspiration po yun, hindi inspiration. Now, inspiration is something that you draw from within. Diba? O susunod dyan, we have also to motivate them. So give them virtual hug, virtual acknowledgement. So they will be persuaded even to go the extra mile. And then lastly, treat them as your family member. In other words, as leaders, do everything from the heart. Because if you forget the two most important letters in the word heart, which is H and R, what word will remain? It's that heart. It. Meaning, more of me, less of others. And that is not a good leader. You're only a manager. Right? And that is not stewardship.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sir Albert. Pagka ikaw nagsasalta about OD, we're all ears, myself included. Lagi ako meron natututunan na pick up from you. Meron lang ako gustong i-share, Sir Albert. It's a good input from one of our attendees, si Christina Victoriano. Miss Christina, maybe you can message us from which company you are. Sabi niya, sir, maybe instead of change-resistant organization, we should strive to develop a change-resilient organization.
Yes.
Sabi niya, in my humble opinion, that involves while being grounded to your mission, vision, and values, and long-term plans, being ready to find ways to sway in terms of methods, channels, in achieving your goals. Moreover, sabi niya, I agree that it would be best to partner with the line as they would be in the best position to resolve or find new ways to reach out or to reach our goals, recalibrate. So, sabi ko nga kay Christina, excellent points. Excellent points.
Agree ako dyan.
Yes.
Thank you, Christina.
Yes, thank you, Christina, again. Human relation, pinaka-importante, no? Na factor na banggit ni Sir Obet. And please, be a mentor, not a tormentor. Lay down po ninyo yung expectations between you and your team para alam po ninyo kung kailan kayo magkakandak ng meetings or kung hanggang saan lang kayo pwede mag-follow up on something. set niyo po yung guidelines na yun that can definitely be of help. And then treat them as a family member. In doing so, yung masasagot po natin yung ating encouragement o may i-inspire pa natin even ang ating employees for them not to be work burnt out. With that, we've concluded our second round of questions for our panelists. We will be taking a 15-minute break. And after we come back, time check po, it's 3 and 11. 3 o'clock and 11 minutes. So we'll be back 3:35. So balik po tayo sa baka gusto niyo kumuha ng inumin or what. We were taking a break, short break. After 15 minutes, be back on your seat and we will do another round of questions. Thank you very much. Magandang hapon po ulit. pwede po kayo mag-register. You can also check and contact Mr. Kevin Jacinto at kevin.jacinto@pmap.org.ph. And for those who would like to sponsor, you can contact Alexander Ginto at alexander.ginto@pmap.org.ph. So, meron po tayo ulit set of questions. Pero itong questions na to, we've gathered a while ago lang, ano? Babasahin ko po. Galing po to sa mga attendees natin. Ang first question po natin, okay, for Sir Eric. Sir Eric, how do you retain and manage a talent pool? Ano po ba daw best practices ang meron? Paano bang ginagawa ng Nissan pagdating sa retaining and managing talent pool? Yes, boss.
Retaining and managing. First of all, ang siguro tanongin natin is, how do we build the talent pool? Paano natin pupunuin yung talent pool natin bago natin siya i-retain and i-manage, no? Well, in Nissan, what we do is we have what we call a referral program, which has proven, at least to us, no, as the best way to get talents, no. Kami may referral program kami, and then what we do is we put them into the talent pool if we think na they may be qualified for future requirements, no, but they are not fit for the current requirements, so we put them into the database. So we have a database of qualified candidates who may not be qualified now for a requirement, but for the future. So we constantly do talent intelligence, no? That's what we call it, talent intelligence. Kung may market intelligence, meron tayong talent intelligence. Seeing the requirement of Nissan in the next 2 to 3 years, tinitignan na namin ano yung kakailanganin nating mga talents. Yun na yung pinupull namin, yun na yung nilalagay namin sa talent pool. At ilalagay na namin sa database, no? And it happens kasi Nissan Philippines is not just providing talents locally, we also provide talents in the region, no? And in global offices. So yung talent pool namin would help us source qualified candidates. So how do we then retain these talents in the talent pool? We constantly communicate with them, and in fact, for really siguro yung mga critical positions, no, na hard to find, no, we constantly update their status, whether they are employed, where are they connected, how can we contact them if there's a need in the future. Now these things are some of the actions that we take so that we ensure that we maintain a good number of candidates in the talent pool. Yes, Sir Mark.
Okay, thank you for that wonderful answer, Sir Eric. Maganda nga yung referral program. I think mas mura pa rin din siya.
Yes.
Ano po?
Ang laki niyang mura and napaka-successful namin. I think we have a retention rate of about 90% for referral program.
Oo. But yeah, thank you. We hope the person who asked that question, we hope that Sir Eric was able to answer your question po. Itong next two questions po for any of the panelists po, no? For work from home arrangement, how do you measure employee productivity or employees' productivity? Thank you. Anyone po?
Okay.
Paano measure productivity, sir, pagka naka-work from home?
Kasi sa amin, Mark, we operate on trust. If you join Nissan, ang una mong aatinan na course, first 3 courses will be building trust. Isa sa mahalaga sa amin yan. And so since we operate based on key performance indicators, all our employees are provided with key performance indicators. We don't actually measure productivity based on results. and not on a day-to-day basis. Hindi namin, pumasok ka ba, nasaan ka? Kasi kung hindi ka makaka-provide ng results, you won't last in this business, especially in an automotive company, which is fast-paced, napakadaming competition, napakahigpit, cutthroat, no? And especially now it's pandemic. So that's how we do it in Nissan. We don't actually do a day-to-day monitoring, but we focus our measure of productivity through result based on their deliverables.
Thank you. I would like to hear from Attorney John. Attorney John, sa law firm, paano minimeasure ang productivity?
Yeah, I was actually gonna support what Sir Erickson said. No, parang sa work from home arrangement ngayon, no, parang one of the biggest changes na kailangan, kasi yung telecommuting actually we tried to implement it sa law firm namin since 2019 eh. So parang one of the biggest factor there is really trust. Eh. How do you develop trust and how can you expect trust? Diba? Parang it's one of the biggest thing na hirap i-give up as an employer. I'm also a businessman, hindi lang, I also have business na maliliit. And you know, the smaller your business, mas malaking issue yung trust kasi mas malapit sa yung mga kasakit sa iyo, di ba? So, you really have to move away from the concept na it is time-based, na work is evaluated based on hours. Hindi na dapat. You should move away from that. And like Sir Erickson said, you have to now do a time motion study na may result versus what can you accomplish before in your usual work day, no? So pag yung pag in an 8-hour day, ilan yung ma-accomplish mo? In fact, sa law firm namin, we've moved away from the American concept na time billing, di ba? Some of law firms time billing pa rin eh. But because of how things are done now and how small entrepreneurs or startups think, pag gusto nila alam yung gastos, alam nila from the time na i-engage ka nila. We've shifted away from the time billing concept. Eh. Ganon din dapat sa mga employees na you should not associate kasi ang mangyayari if you associate hours versus productivity, you reward yung mas tamad eh. Kasi yung one that can do a work for 5 hours na isa lang will be rewarded more than a person that can do a work for 1 hour. Eh, diba? So, you know, it's really a matter of shifting your metrics. And it has to be, again, I go back to my marching principle na you always document, no? If you are doing a telecommute or work from home arrangement now, especially this time, maglabas na kayo ng telecommute policy nyo, which already states what your expectations are in a day. Dapat mag-turnover sila ng 5 trabaho, mag-2 trabaho, di ba? So more or less, nagkakaintindihan kayo. If hindi na maabot, you have the reason na, kasi ang nagiging issue dyan yung overtime pay. I remember one of you asked also before na, paano yung overtime pay sa work from home? If it is clear to you what the deliverables are, you will not get into that issue anymore of that overtime pay. That's my answer, Mark.
Thank you, Attorney John. So, what I have captured, no, measure productivity with the results. Definitely, results ang tignan, not the time spent. And then, sabi nga ni Attorney John, as early as possible, create a policy already, document it, and try to improve the trust because importante yon dun sa when you are working from home. Additional na questions lang for Attorney John. Attorney John, sabi dito, ang tanong po ay, can a company declare employees as redundant but at the same time recruit new employees to perform the same functions as the redundated employees?
Okay. So this question revolves around the principle of security of tenure, di ba? Yung security of tenure naman, it's a constitutional right of all employees, di ba? But it doesn't say that all employees will have a permanent position. Di mo siya pwede tanggalin. But it limits the reasons how you can remove them. So it's either just cause or authorized cause. No? Redundancy is one of the authorized cause. No? Mm-hmm. Ang sabihin ng redundancy, sobra yung tamo, you are in excess of manpower versus your requirement, diba? So that's your cause. It protects you as long as you have that reason. It protects you now from charges against illegal dismissal. However, by hiring somebody, you already prove to yourself or to the NLRC, you prove to them that your reason for terminating is not real because if you are in excess, di ba, ba't ka magdadagdag? Ba't ka mag-replace, no? Ang big sabihin ng excess, di ba, sobra. So yun, parang if you do that, we always advise all our clients that do redundancy programs. Sabi niya, whether it is really legitimate or not, yung pag-hire mo ulit, you might as well refrain from hiring first because mababahira ng malis yung pag-redundate mo ng ibang position, di ba? Lalo na if the functions are the same, di ba? But it's really a case-to-case basis kasi reorganization is a very tricky thing, di ba? Sometimes you remove one position and create two positions, di ba? It looks like it's the same function, but in reality, it's not, di ba? So, my general answer for that question is that as much as possible, if you are going to redundate, do not hire somebody again exactly for the same positions, the same title, the same function. Diba?
Excellent answer. Doon sa nagtanong po, I hope that you were able to get the answer from Attorney John. Hold on po, meron pa po tayong isang tanong for Attorney John.
Yes, sir.
What if higher ranks malpractice the culture of the company? Example, kick out someone, then replace it by appointing someone only he likes.
Okay. So, balik po tayo sa principle of security of tenure. Yung labor relations sa Pilipinas is very, very protective of security of tenure. Tayo lang is one of the few countries na wala yung sinasabi nila na fire at will, di ba? Yung fire at will sa yung mga BPO, yung mga HR ng BPO dyan, I'm sure you experience it from your principal na mga boss nyo sa Amerika. They will tell you na, ba't wala tayong fire at will na policy? Because we're very, very protective on the security of tenure sa constitution natin, no? That being said, you can only kick out somebody or you can only fire somebody if meron just causes or authorized causes. Definitely, if ginawa ito ng higher management without those two valid reasons or without the valid reasons provided by law, then you expose the company to illegal dismissal. No? Yun ang magiging problema dyan. No? I hope I was able to answer the question of that person. No?
I believe so, sir. I believe so. And thank you for that. Next question.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Attorney John. Okay, for other panelists, including, of course, Sir Obet. Sir Obet, what is a success indicator of a company in terms of changing organization values? How long does it take to change values and influence people in the organization to embrace the change?
Again, Chappy, please repeat again the question.
Okay, sir. Yeah. Sir Obet, ang question po nila is what is a success indicator of a company in terms of changing organization values? How long does it take to change values and influence people in the organization to embrace the change?
All right. So I think for the first question, I would say it's the consistency of how each and every person live the values, not in words, but in actions. You see a lot of beautifully crafted vision, mission, values, well displayed on the walls of the corporate headquarters. But the question is how each and everyone lives those beautifully crafted values as displayed in the walls. The answer to that is norm. Now, based on my observation, only seldom few companies really devote time to conduct a norms workshop wherein this is not a hand-me-down norms coming from HR department or from top management. These norms were crafted by the employees themselves. It started from the top management. Nobody is exempted to undergo the norm workshop. And after the norm workshop had been conducted throughout the organization, the final output of that is the official norms that will really guide each and every employee in living the values. So consistency. Second, sustainability. Minsan maganda sa first year, second year, ang ganda. Meron pang mga rarara, meron pang mga poster, mga cards, mga paraphernalia. So, yung sustainability, that is where HR department would come into the picture to ensure that there is continuing effort. No? Now, there are three important C's. Kasi tatanong kung paano i-measure. Number one is connectivity. I cannot connect with you as my colleague. O letter C, yun, ha? I cannot connect with my customer. O letter C, yun, ha? If in me, I'm disconnected in my values. My personal values is not aligned to organizational values. In other words, I don't expect organizational values to align to my values. Kaya nga ako nag-apply dyan sa kumpanya niyan because I believe that my values complement the values of the organization. And the organizational values will make me even better person. Right? So that when I join the company, I'll be able to connect with my colleagues, with my co-employees, and with my customers. All right. Now, the second C is communication. Not in words, but communication in terms of my action, in terms of my behavior. Especially when no one is watching. When no one is watching. All right? Now, connectivity, especially now, we're using connectivity via technology. Plus communication is equals to collaboration. And that is where how I will sustain in relation to the question number one. Question number two, Mark, just repeat again.
Question number two po is how long does it take to change values and influence people in the organization to embrace the change?
Well, we cannot really put a specific timeline. We cannot say after we conduct a one-month program, sabihin one-month program, overnight, marinated na yung mga empleyado. Remember, each of us in the organization is unique. We came from different sectors of the society. Iba-iba yung pamamaraan ng ating paniniwala sa buhay. Kung paano tayo pinalaki. Diba? May kanya-kanya tayong mga pinagdaanan. May mga masaya, may malungkot. Merong mga walang pinaghuhugutan, merong hinugutan. Diba? Kaya, there is no specific time frame. Now, balik ako dun sa roadmap. Doon dapat ma-establish yung sa gap analysis, yung assessment. Where we are now and where we would want to be. Definitely, you cannot totally close the gap. There will always be a gap. The question is how far or how near we are or how close we are to our target. So yan yung mga success indicators. So it is a continuous process. So the plain simple answer, you cannot really put a specific timeline. Kinakalan dire-diretso. Now, ang importante, through the champions, champions, pinaka-big boss, pinaka-may-ari, kung siya mismo ang magpapakita, wala kang problema. Take note of this. Leadership influences culture. Culture shapes people. Again, leadership influences culture and culture shapes people. In other words, kung anong ginagawa nung nakatatanda, o hindi ko sinabing matanda, kung anong ginagawa nung nakatatanda, yun po ang ginagawa ng bata. Kung anong nakikita sa taas, yun po ang makikita sa baba. Hindi pwede kung ano yung nakikita sa baba, yun ang nakikita mo sa taas. Kung yun yung ginagawa ng taas, pati natin gagawin dito. Di ba po? Kaya ang role ng managers at supervisors, it is not simply to implement the business strategies and plan. The managers and supervisors are the linking pin between the management and the people. Sila ang linking pin. O sila ang magduduktong po niyan. Pag hindi mo nagawa yan, ala. Okay? So, action speaks louder than words.
Thank you, Sir Obet. Thank you.
Welcome.
Baka yung iba ating panelists may gustong i-add dun sa tanong. Sir Eric, Capredi, at saka si Janine, and maybe Attorney John also could also share their thoughts dun sa tanong kanina about embracing values, trying to incorporate yung values to the change. Meron po kayong gustong i-add? If wala, then we can continue. That ends our third round. So, importante yun, nasabi ni Sir Obet, to consistency is the key. Yung norm kasi ang magdidikta talaga kung anong kultura. Gusto mong i-establish na culture, then you have to walk your talk. Hindi lang siya talaga pwedeng ilagay lang sa walls ang vision, mission, especially the values of the company. And indeed, yung pong values ng company and the employees' values should be aligned. I-harness po talaga siya through numerous norm setting at behavior setting po. So, sige po. With that, we can now move to our fourth round. Sir Eric, ito pong questions po nila for you. What are the current trends in hiring technical and hard-to-fill positions? And what are the effective ways in filtering good talents from a pool of applicants?
Yes. Okay, thank you, Mark. See, I don't think these are new trends, but based on my experience, and I've seen this in many companies, no, the challenge of really looking for highly qualified, technical, hard-to-fill positions, no? Pwedeng sa medical field, no? Pwede rin naman sa mga highly technical roles or jobs, no? One strategy to do is siguro you partner with technical schools, no? Like in the past, we've partnered with the likes of Don Bosco, no? TESDA, IETI, Mapua, and other universities, no, where you think you can source your candidates. Partner with them, no. Siguro you could provide scholarships, and then those scholarships will be given, say, contract where the chosen students will be asked to work with your company after graduation, things like that, no? And I've seen also accounting firms, no, because there's a need for a number of, say, accountants, no? They partner with big universities, no? Yung mga top students nila, no? They make them as scholars as early as, say, first year college, and then when they graduate, they will definitely they will land a job, no, in this particular organization. So I think partnering with educational institutions would help a lot, no? And I've also experienced companies who have established mga corporate universities, no? If they don't have partners with technical schools, they establish their own learning academies, no? Of course, one very classic example is the McDonald's Hamburger University in Oak Brook, Illinois, no? Although it's catering for their current employees, but it's a school where they develop competencies, and in the future they become candidates for leadership roles, no? So yung mga ganyan, no, you can come up with either partnering with technical schools or building your own corporate universities or learning academies. Okay, and then you would provide, of course, as I said, no, scholarship, is incentive programs, no, and internally you can also do an acceleration program like what we have in NISA, no, since we are also in need of leaders for the future. We have established our own acceleration program where we develop future leaders. So by the time that they graduate, say 1.5 years, they would be placed in in the jobs that they can fit. No? Yung mga ganyang strategies that we're doing. Okay. So for the next question, what are effective ways in filtering good talents from a pool of applicants? No? Well, based on earlier discussions, no, if you have a talent pool, for example, you can probably categorize these candidates or these talents, no, so that you could easily filter them. Nowadays, there are already platforms that you can use off the shelf, no, or companies can offer you their AI-based tools, no, that you can use so that you can categorize your candidates based on qualifications, no. So may mga may mga competencies, may mga ratings, no, and then later on, if you need to source from this talent pool, you could easily search them, no? Parang meron kang search engine that you just type, for example, this particular competency, a functional competency, and it will provide you the list of candidates whom you can tap as possible talents for your requirement. Yeah, that's all, Mark.
Thank you, Sir Eric. Yeah, there are a lot of available tools na pwede niyong gamitin then when you want to fill your candidates. And that's really good na meron kayong mai-set up na ganong sistema. And then, yeah, why not partner with the technical schools? Kung talagang technically sound, the technical skilled yung kukunin mo, and then you might really need to partner with universities or schools that produces those candidates. Then create a program with them so that they can makapag-benefit talaga sila from.
Kung medyo medyo kasi prohibitive din yung mga mga system na yan, Mark, they could just siguro possibly ask their IT, no, to come up with a system to filter candidates, no, kasi medyo expensive din tong mga system na to. So if you're just in micro, small, medium enterprises, they may start off with just lang siguro, mga simple system lang until pag malaki na siguro kasi medyo expensive talaga. You really have to spend a lot of money if you will avail of these tools, no? Quite expensive. So you start off with simple way of categorizing your candidates.
Yes. Thank you for that answer, Sir Eric. Move po tayo sa next set of questions for LR. In light of recent events, do you consider probationary employee to be eligible for separation pay if they are terminated on the grounds of retrenchment? If not, why? And then second question po, can employees sue their employers if they have not implemented safety measures against COVID-19? Attorney?
These are actually very good questions, Mark. No? Yung sa una, no, I want to answer it in light of kahit hindi COVID. No? Kahit hindi COVID, ang probationary employee, this is a common misconception. Ang akala ng tao, ang probationary employee, hindi siya entitled to separation pay if you do authorized causes for termination. Remember, ang nature ng authorized causes, it's actually not because of the fault of the employee. It's because the employer has to do some measures to preserve itself or to, yung para mag-improve yung kanyang bottom line or but things like that. So it's really more of an initiative of the employer. That being said, if it's an initiative of the employer, the law requires you to pay separation pay. Sa wording ng separation pay under the labor code, even if hindi ka nakalampas ng 6 months, di ba? You are entitled, kuya is retrenchment. Retrenchment is half month for every year of service. Pero if hindi ka nakalampas ng 1 year, ang minimum ng batas na binibigay sa'yo na separation pay is 1 month of your salary. So it presupposes that it includes also probationary employee. One reason also why a probationary employee is included that because a probationary employee is an employee as far as day one is concerned, except that he has to hurdle certain requirements para maging regular employee siya. Ang isa pang common misconception is that the benefits, as far as the minimum benefits of the labor code is concerned, magkaiba ang probationary sa regular employee. Actually, nagkakaiba lang yan based on the additional benefits na bibigay ng employer sa regular employees. But in terms of the actual benefits na kasi ang labor code kasi, it does not give you, it does not impose sa inyo yung benefits na ano dapat, di ba? It only sets a floor. Ito ang minimum that you can set. At the end of the day, the benefits, terms and conditions of employment are agreed upon by the employer and the employee. Ito lang yung sahig, hindi ka pwede bumaba dito, di ba? So, even a probationary employee enjoys that protection, di ba? So, to answer the question, a probationary employee is entitled to separation pay, di ba? If the grounds is retrenchment. The only authorized cause na hindi entitled ng employees to separation pay is if you close due to serious business losses. Pero ang retrenchment hindi kasi tuloy-tuloy ka pa buhay ka pa So, pinapayagan ka ng batas, mag-retrench, pero half-month pay, di ba? Kasi you are doing it to save your business So, consuelo de bobo sa employees, may kalahati siya na, or in the case of an employee that is less than 1 year, 1 whole month siya for that year, di ba? So, going to the second question, can employees sue their employers if they have not implemented safety measure against COVID-19? So we always advise employers now, you have to follow the COVID-19 measures na binibigyan ng government. Because as a rule, hindi kayo liable kasi hindi mo naman kasalanan yung COVID-19. But remember, under the law, if you are negligent, di ba, in your duties, in performing your duties, if dahil sa negligence mo, hindi mo nagawa yung duty mo, you can be liable of something. Ang example niya, pag nagdadrive ka ng kotse, di ba, you have the right to drive your car, pero negligent ka, reckless, nakabangga ka, you are liable. Ganun din sa workplace, no? Hindi mo control yung COVID. Pero yung batas, nagbigay sa'yo ng instructions yung government na dapat may face mask, merong shield, di ba? Meron ka dapat na disinfecting, meron ka mga ganung so, if you are proven, it's not because of COVID why you are being made liable. It's because of your negligence to follow the government regulations. No? So, kami yan ang advice namin sa mga clients that, alam mo, pinapakreate namin sila ng online bulletin board, parang Facebook lang na internal, di ba, na Facebook group, na everyday meron kang taga-ulit na these are the reminders na you should always wear your mask, wear your shield, tapos may stickers ka sa buong workplace na ito dapat ang sinusunod. So that you can show that you have exercised the due diligence, di ba? Kasi at the end of the day, COVID-19 is not your fault. But not helping your employees prevent COVID-19 can be your negligence. And that's where your liability arises. I hope I was able to answer your question, Mark.
Yes, attorney. Ayos yung sagot. If I may, siguro, dun sa mga employees naman, this is, again, itong pangyayari sa atin simula noong March is really unprecedented. And I would suggest to the employees that have an open discussion with your employers. No one would want to have parang bickering pa at during this time. Pare-parehas tayo apektado. I would suggest na magkaroon ng magandang diskusyon, magandang deliberation para of course mapaabot natin sa kumpanya yung kailangan natin bilang empleyado at marinig din natin from our employees yung kanilang difficulties of continuing the business. Bago tayo tumungtong dun sa kung wala talaga tayong pagkakataon na resolve.
Mark, can I just add, no? Ang ganda ng sinabi mo, no? Parang,
Yeah.
to be honest right now, napakahirap maging employer ngayon, lalo na yung mga maliit na business, no? Parang, if you are an employee, minsan natitempt ka magdemanda para sa sarili mo, di ba? This is actually not the time to do it because it's so easy, it's so convenient for a company, for employee to close down right now. Sa totoo lang, mas mura yun eh. Magsarado ka na lang ngayon. Bukas ka na lang pagkatapos na ng problema nito. But I see most of us na employers, I sympathize with the employers kasi negosyante rin ako na, we're really doing this for our employees. Para lang meron kayong sisweldohin, di ba? Para makatawid. This year, most of the employers are not keeping their business open to make a profit for December. They're keeping their business open para lang may mapapakain sa inyo, may papasweldo sa inyo, and meron tayong pag-asa. Kasi pag sinarado mo na yan, hindi lang yung pera pinag-usapan natin. We're actually shutting down the idea of hope itself, di ba? So, you also want to be kind to this is the right time to have a good labor relations, di ba? Labor relations tayo, hindi tayo naglalamangan ngayon. So, I just wanted to put that out there, Mark.
Thank you, Attorney Jan. Excellent additional input. Sabi nga ni Christina Victoriano, kudos to Attorney Jan. Very good answers po. Maraming salamat. We move to the next set of questions. Para kay Cap, ready. For a startup company, how much is the standard rate for monthly salary and other benefits for newly hired rank and file employees? And the second one, how do we go about the process of salary structuring? Sir Fred?
Yes.
Sir,
Magandang hapon ulit.
Magandang hapon ulit.
Yung unang question, well, base sa labor code, meron tayong tinatawag na minimum wage. So, anything lower than what is required, prescribed by the minimum wage will become illegal. Therefore, ang tanong dito, what is the standard rate for monthly salary? Anything within the range of the minimum wage and higher than the minimum wage. So, that would be the answer for that. Regarding ano yung benefits, well, it now depends on how do you structure your compensation and benefits. Unang-una, siguro, tanungin ninyo ang inyong sarili, meron ba kayong compensation philosophy? Yan. Or kung wala kayong compensation philosophy, meron ba kayong tinatawag na people promise? So, kung wala kayong compensation philosophy, wala kayong people promise, ang third option is, you always go back to, ang sabi nga ni attorney kanina, di ba, what is the floor? Ano ba yung labor standard? At one of the benefits na sinasabi ng labor standard should be yung SIL. Kasi di ba, in other companies, they call it as vacation leave. Others will call it as sick leave. Others will call it both, di ba? Ngayon, sa labor code, wala namang ganong distinction na kung may sakit ka, may sick leave ka. Kung gusto mong bakasyon, vacation leave. Ang nasa labor code is what we call service incentive leave, which is equal to 5 days in a matter of 1 year. So meaning to say, pag ikaw ay less than 1 year at ikaw ay umabsent, wala pa po kayong leave. No? So kung wala kayong leave, ang tawag dyan is LWOP or leave without pay. Ano pa ba nakalagay sa labor code aside doon? Well, of course, mai-enjoy mo ang iyong SSS, PhilHealth, and pag-ibig. Kung may sickness ka, according sa SSS, pwede kang you can get your benefit kung within the proper time. Kasi di ba, pag nakasakit ka, dapat you have to inform SSS, I think, if I'm not mistaken, within 5 days. Otherwise, you forfeit your SSS benefit. And so, in other words, you can always go back to, tignan po ninyo yung www.dole.gov.ph. Tapos meron po doong 2020 manual po. May manual sila doon in terms of ano ba yung mga benefits that all employees can enjoy in the private sector. Now, kung kayo po ay nasa public sector, kayo po ay governed by the Civil Service commission, and of course, by GSIS. So, yung po yung pwede kong isagot for number 1. For number 2, how do we go about the process of salary structuring? Nako, hindi po tayo magsisimula sa salary structuring kasi ang simula talaga ng salary structuring is your job evaluation, is your job analysis. Hihimay-himayin mo. When you try to start your company, one of the things that you have to put into place would be your organizational chart. Whether it's functional or hybrid, yung all of those terms, ano? Pero before you can create your organizational chart or structure, you start with ano ba yung mga trabaho na gusto nating gawin. Yan. Kasi yung trabaho na yon should be always connected to ano ba yung product mo, ano ba yung service mo. And then based on those two, then you can create ano nga ba yung skills na kailangan natin. So papasok na yung job evaluation, job analysis, job description. Kasi pag when you have all those, papasok na yung salary structuring. Diyan na papasok yung how do you create yung ranges, yung broadband or your band, salary band, and ang madami. So, ang masasagot ko lang is how do you go about the process of salary structuring. Number 1 is, you need to have your job evaluation and job analysis.
Thank you, Kap Remy. So, yung sa unang tanong, kung ano yung nasa labor related, advice ng DOLE, yung national wage, no? Kasi kada area natin, kada region, merong specific. So, pwede niyo pong sundan yun. And then, yung sagot na pangalawa ni Kap Freddy, tama po, dapat talaga magsimula sa job evaluation bago pa magkaroon ng salary structuring. Kung meron pa gustong idagdag ang ating mga butihing panelists dito sa questions na inilatag kay Ka Freddy, please do so.
Yung i-share ko lang siguro dun sa startup company kasi nung sometime in 2000 thereabouts, ay yung dati kong boss opened a call center, no? Pero bago niya i-open yung call center, ang dami niyang kailangan gawin. One of those was to create a strategic plan. And part of the strategic plan is a 5-year payroll. Kung ilan yung empleyado mo, nakapasok na doon yung budget mo for 5 years. Tapos, yun yung isasubmit mo sa Bureau o sa DTI, Department of Trade and Industry. And yun yung i-present mo rin sa SEC bago ka bigyan ng permit to operate. Yan. So you might say, hindi naman ako kasi laki ng call center. Hindi naman ako. So ang sinasabi ko po dito is you really need to start with ano ba yung plano mo. And then from there, if you would like to know more on how to go about it, I'm pretty sure maraming friends na pwedeng tumulong sa iyo as you go along the way with your journey on this particular business.
Thank you. Attorney John, you would like to add?
Yeah, I want to add something. I going back to what I said earlier regarding work from home and telecommuting, we have to adjust also to the times now. Parang the common way or the traditional way we do salary structure is based on the time rate, based on the 8-hour time scheme. But those who structure compensation now might want to explore also the more of a output-based salary structure na. Parang ngayon nga sa mga law firms na uso na yung profit sharing or based on actual work, because it also improves the trust relationship. Nagkakaroon ng issues sa trust relationship sa work from home because feeling mo as an employer nalulugi ka dahil baka nag-Netflix lang siya habang dun sa 8 hours, di ba? Pero if it's based on output, wala tayong kwentahan. Kahit gawin mo yan ng 12 midnight, gawin mo yan ng it doesn't matter to me kasi it's so I think we have the COVID-19 has the ECQ and the GCQ has all pushed us towards a more progressive direction that we wanted to take a long time ago, but now we realize na kaya naman pala, no? Kaya naman pala na kahit yung empleyado ko taga Ilocos, he will be as effective as somebody na nasa Makati or Mandaluyong, di ba? So those are things that you already have to define from the start, because if you define your standard rate based on output, we will now solve the issue of diminishing yung diminishing benefits, di ba? Wala ka ng diminution of benefits, wala ka ng issue sa overtime pay, di ba? So all of these things will be solved if you also look at more output-based compensation scheme. So that's what I wanted to add.
Attorney, pwede ba ako magtanong?
Yes, sir.
Pasensya na. Pero if that would be the case, do we need to revise the contract? What form of communication should you give the employee? That's one, ano? And then number two, what if the employee would say, kasi based on my first agreement, this is how we are going to go with my pay. Now you are going to revise it. What advice can we give, or what advice can you give me if that would be my course of action?
This is the best time to make a change, diba? Because the government is very supportive of employers making a flexible working arrangement, diba? In fact, meron ang labor advisory na pwede mo bawasan, diba? But we're not going to do that. We're not going that direction. Ito lang ngayon, you have to explain to the employee na nag-iba na ngayon yung work arrangement mo, work from home ka na, di ba? Work from home ka na, telecommute ka na. And because of that, ito yung dating na-accomplish mo sa loob ng opisina. This is the 8 hours. So we have to revise your na I will also adjust how I manage you. Ibig sabihin yan, hindi ka penalize. Kasi sa totoo lang, for the employee, stressful din sa work from home. Yung binabantayan niya yung Viber niya o yung chat niya from 8 to 5 kasi hindi siya makaihi, baka tumawag ka bigla, di ba? Hindi siya maka-lunch, di ba? So it also helps them that they know that ito yung output. So but honestly, it's really a voluntary na they have to agree to it. So you have to be able to present to it that it is fair for them. Then ang advice ko naman lagi, di ba, parang I'm very critical. Kahit tama ka o mali, kahit tama ka, basta i-document mo, it removes that anxiety na hindi tayo sure na if they agree, they sign to it, you assign to it, that's okay. You present it now as something mutually beneficial to the both of you, because sila din naman sa totoo lang, ayaw nila pinagdududahan sila, di ba? So this is one way to remove the trust issue, to remove the stress from their end, is also to already tell them, pinipirmahan ko na as your employer na we're willing to have the output-based arrangement. Ang risk sa kanila is pwedeng mas maliit ang sweldo mo, but at the same time, kung masipag ka, pwedeng mas malaki yung makuha mo because we're an output-based arrangement. So there is that opportunity also for them. But at the same time, you reward again output versus reward inefficiency, di ba? Yun ang ko. Always document.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I hope I was able to answer your question, Fred.
Ayos. At yung tanong mo, Freddy, kasi most likely, anyone from the group, anyone from the attendees natin, naglilinger yung tanong na yan. Hindi lang na-send sa atin. But thank you for the answer, Attorney John. Tama yung sabi mo maraming mga bagay that because of this pandemic, it brought a lot of parang out of our comfort zones, and then kaya naman pala. Example natin yung paggamit ng RFID sa toll gates. Ang tagal na ng proyekto na yun well, fortunately, because of this pandemic, mapupush through na siya, and mawawala na yung kailangan magbayad ng tax. It's both beneficial, not just a safety issue alone. Naisingit ko lang po. Thank you, Ka Freddy, also for answering the questions po. Next po tayo. For Ms. Janine, the main focus of most organizations now is to strengthen operations in order to recover financially. How can we make management realize that it's actually important to also focus on people development? Can you also walk us through on the basic TNA or training needs analysis? Ms. Janine?
Nakasagot ako na. So, I think it's very important as HR practitioner for us to, be in close contact and keeping our eyes to our management, and how the business is doing. I think that's the first one. No? That when you position the need for people to train, you present it in such a way that that addresses their concerns in operation. So for example, sabi niya, wag na tayo mag-training kasi ganito. Kailangan ko yung mga tao dito. It's very important for you to say, okay ma'am, kailangan mo sila dito. But what we're seeing is that if we don't train them now, this is what can potentially happen. It's preparing them for the future. So I think it's the first question is really around being able to speak the language of the business, no, and understanding it. And there's no one way to say it. It will really depend on the context of your business. It will really depend on the need of your organization. If I may share our experience in the company, isa sa mga napag-agrihan namin sa kumpanya is that this pandemic is actually our opportunity to hold on to our employees very strongly so that when the economy opens up, they wouldn't go out and start looking for other jobs because we did not treat them well during this pandemic. And one of the best way to engage people is to show them that you care for their development, come hell or high water. You really care for them. So I think yun yung isa sa mga bagay na in principle as learning practitioners and as HR practitioners, we need to get it clear with management and with our senior leaders. Because I believe that this pandemic presents a very big opportunity to build currency. Alam mo yung emotional bank account. We are banking on our employees now with all the things that we're doing, because I think how our employees will stay with us after this pandemic will in large part be influenced by how we treated them during this pandemic. If in the slightest challenge to our P&L, we take out everything that our employees need, then what we are communicating to our employees is that this is, ito muna, when push come to shove, ito yan. Of course, we understand na negosyo rin ito. So I think the best way there is that if the issue is training, and usually training is associated with cost center. So I think our response there as HR should be, how can we make our program cost efficient so that what we will do in training will not cause further drain to the organization. So I think yun yung mga things that we need to be very sensitive about as HR practitioner. We need to understand also that our organizations are economic organizations. They need to produce, it needs to make economic sense to operate. And therefore, as HR practitioners, if our company is suffering financially, what innovation can we do in our training that will allow us to continue training without draining the finances of our company? I think that's the best way to put it. No, it's really engaging them, because I think some employees are staying with their employers now, even if they are seeing that their employers do not care about them, because it's hard to look for a job. But the moment you don't care for your employees now, the moment the economy opens up, I'm sure yung mga naka-feel that they were neglected in this difficult time will be the first to go after the pandemic is over. I think that's the best way to balance. Show how you can support the financial drain by making your training innovative. But also you need to open up the minds of your leaders that this pandemic time is really a time to build currency, with our employees. It's really strengthening that bond. Because tayong mga Pilipino, may utang na loob tayo. So let's tap into that utang na loob na quality ng Pilipino. At tayong mga Pilipino naman, we don't look for grand things. No? As an employee, we are very mapagmalasakit tayo, no? We are at the moment na nakakita tayo ng signs that this company cares for me, kahit na may malaking offer dyan, nagdadalawang isip tayo. And I've seen that difference when I've experienced working abroad, and I've seen that difference with the Filipino workforce and other workforce. Not to say that we are more superior than them or we're better than them. I'm just saying that we are wired different. We're very sensitive and receptive to cues that tell us that this person or this company cares for me. So let's tap into that. I think that's one of the way we influence management, and also as HR, that is also our stake on the table. How can we make this cost effective for the company? And then the second question is on training needs analysis. TNA, it sounds so complicated, no? But actually, to simplify it, if you're in a very small organization lang naman, and your company is not that big, the best way to really do training needs analysis, there are so many ways to do it. You interview, you do gap analysis, you understand. Meron silang sinasabing, you look at your HR data. Ano bang sinasabi ng data ko? Performance management. Aling grupo ang parang mababa ang performance? That's the best way to start, no? Why is this group seem to be struggling? What's happening here? And then you dig, you look at the gaps there, and then you do interviews, and then you talk to the managers, and then you will find that when you do that, there will be themes that will come out, no? And that is actually a form of training needs analysis. The other way is to look at gaps. For example, we need to operate this way, tapos ito ba kaya bang gawin ng empleyado ko to? Bakit ganyan sila? Ito, halimbawa, if you're in a restaurant business, your standard is the moment the employee comes in, you want all your employees to say hello, you want them to be energetic, but then you're not seeing it. That is actually an observation that can be indicative of a training need. So training needs analysis sounds a bit complex, but it's actually some of it is really being sensitive and being close to what you're seeing. And there's so many tools that you can see online, but I think it's really of course, the other way, the most important factor in training needs analysis is to understand the need of your business. Because sometimes, this is no criticism, but it's an actual realization as an HR practitioner myself. So I'm included in this comment. Sometimes we tend to be so in love in what we do, because we have a very nice chart that shows the training needs analysis. But when you show it to management, parang they don't understand what anong sinasabi nito, parang so it's very important that we understand the business, so that when we show whatever analysis we did, it actually addresses a business concern. Because the moment you do that, even if you're not very good, you're not so technically parang savvy in training needs analysis, but if you're able to demonstrate, boss, kailangan kasi nag-good morning yung mga floor employees natin sa restaurant. They're not doing this. This is a simple training need. We need to do this. So I think it's really that. Especially if you're in a small company, it doesn't have to be very sophisticated. But it needs to be grounded on the business. And you as an HR practitioner, you need to know the pulse of your business, so that when you make recommendation, it makes sense.
Thank you, Janine. Parang pang Miss Universe yung sagot mo. Ay, thank you. Kulang yung ganun. But yeah, your answers are very direct, very true. I've gathered some points from your answer. Importante that we collaborate with the line leaders, and when we collaborate with our line leaders, we should be able to understand nga yung business needs, because we have to emerge yung yung needs ng employees and needs ng company. So I believe collaboration is important, and tapping on the bank of the hearts of our employees. Importante yan kasi talagang ang isang utang na hindi mo talaga kayang bayaran is utang na loob. So always remember that you use that as somehow a leverage. And then importante talaga to what we have to share, that we have to share, for show compassion, show care, because gaya na sabi ni Janine kanina, at the moment they might not be looking outside your office because mahirap lumabas, no? Although pwede nang lumabas, but kung meron na silang opportunity, and they don't feel that you show care, they will definitely leave. They will definitely leave. So we really have to take care of our employees. So yun yung mga key points that I was able to gather from Janine's responses. Thank you for that, Janine. All right. Cap Freddy, meron ka bang gustong i-add? I thought that you were raising your hand. Hindi naman. So it was Darwin. It was Darwin. Anyway, so we move to our next, and time check, to OD. So saktong-sakto lang that we will be ending at on or before 5 p.m. with this last two questions to be addressed to Sir Obed Policarpio. Sir Obed, ang questions po nila ay ito. How do you check weaknesses and strengths of individuals and teams during work from home setup? What area in the organization should be prioritized in relation with OD?
All right, thank you very much, Trust Mark, for the question. I think I'd be more comfortable to use not check. How do I assess the areas for improvement and strengths of individuals and teams during work from home setup? Because for me, OD is more on the positive side, right? So there's nothing wrong with the question. I think the person who asked this has the pure intention. Okay? Now, first and foremost, as long as at the start of the lockdown, the leaders of the organization are agile, meaning they're able to quickly adapt to the sudden change. Dapat yan, by April, very clear na yung resetting of the strategies, of the thrust, of the business goals, of the output. Because kung hindi yan kagad na-establish until now, and then in the middle of the ball game, the bosses will change the rules, then I think even naka-home setup yan, the individual or even the team must not be at fault for it. Kasi kasalanan yan ng manager, ng boss. So how do I monitor? Dapat yan very clear. Yung parameters, yung values that we espouse in our organization, and how do we measure not the value, but the norms. Paano ba tayo nagkakaintindihan? Diba? So, kumukha na nabanggit kanina sa mga sharing natin, today, we don't measure hours. We measure positive results. Positive results. Now, with regards to the areas for improvement, dapat yan, nakikita rin kaagad yan. And there must be an honest to goodness performance conversation, not performance appraisal, not performance management. It's a performance conversation. No? So, if I am the staff, meron akong performance conversation sa supervisor ko. Now, my supervisor will also do the same thing to his manager. And that manager will also do the same thing to his immediate officer. And the officer will do the same thing to his president. So, dapat ganun yung proseso. Parang sa ganon, na ipapanet. Ito yung sasabi ko kanya ng linking. Diba? Yung areas for improvement and development. So, that is where yung training needs analysis ng labang Miss Jenny. Diba? So, kailangan there must be a customized individual development plan so that the employees will be able to adjust, adapt to the current situation. Now, itong question na to, sasagutin ko to sa ganitong pamaraan. There are two sides of the coin, as we know. Resiliency and agility. These are two important skills that will equip you and me, our people, including the big boss of the organization. In fact, the more that the leaders are required to really show and make employees feel how resilient and agile and motivated they are. Take note, how resilient, agile, and motivated they are as being bosses or heads. And that is RAM, R-A-M. O, acronym na naman yan, trust the mic. Kita ko, sinulat mo yan. So RAM, the higher the RAM of the computer, of the desktop, of the gadget, the efficient and faster the gadget will operate. In the same manner, the higher the RAM we have as employee, as a team, not only as individuals, the better that we can really operate. Ayan, yung resiliency and agility. Because if you combine resiliency plus agility plus motivation, right? That will give us adaptive capacity. Now, what is adaptive capacity? Adaptive capacity simply means is that we know how much energy and strength do we have on individual basis. Wherein if we put these energies together, we will have synergy. Synergy, right? So 1 plus 1 is not 1. 1 plus 1 is not 2, but 1 plus 1 is equals to 3. Or 1 plus 1 is into sacrament of matrimony. 1 plus 1 is mathematically correct, 2. But when it comes to collaboration, more than teamwork, 1 plus 1 is equals to 3. And that is finding the third alternative. And that is what I mean by adaptive capacity, wherein we address adverse, challenging, and changing situations. Kaya importante yung resiliency because by being resilient, okay, so we are able to thrive and grow. We have the mental ability to recover quickly from illnesses, anxiety, misfortune, sadness, and the most critical is depression. And yung agility is our ability and stability to renew, adapt and change quickly and change in a rapid changing environment. Especially now, we are in a VUCA world. So how do you measure that? Oh, team player ang bawat isa. We are mindful of others because of our malasakit. We treat others as tao sa tao. So, kung sinabi natin we treat others as tao sa tao, nandun yung tenacity, nandun yung agility, at nandoon yung optimism. Yan ang ibig sabihin ng malasakit ng tao sa tao. Tenacity, agility, at optimism. So, itong lahat ng mga binanggit ko, yan ang sagot dyan. What area in the organization should be prioritized in relation with OD? Una-una, yung well-being ng tao. Kasi kung wala tayong malasakit sa tao, edi walang enta, walang kwenta yung sinasabi nating well-being ng tao. Kasi ang magiging tendency ng owner, ng employer, kita. Ito mo nga, look at Mr. Ramon S. Ang. Noon sinabi niya, saludo ako kay Bossing, kay Boss RSA. Between life and money, he values life more than money. Kasi sabi niya, ang pera, pag nawala, pwede mong hanapin, pwedeng kitain. Pero pag ang buhay ang nawala, hindi mo na maibabalik niya. Kaya importante yung sinasabi ko na dapat ituring natin ang tao bilang tao. From the heart, again, yung H&R of the heart. So, we now use yung mindset, not caring for people, but loving people with malasakit. Otherwise, pag wala tayong malasakit, ang sakit ng kalingkingan, sakit po ng buong katawan.
Thank you, Sir Robert. Anyone would like to add to Sir Obet's responses? Baka may gusto ko i-add.
I would like to add kay sa sinabi
Please.
ni past President Obet. I would like to concentrate on the second one. What area in the organization should be prioritized in relation with OD? To all of our listeners or viewers, what I would like to consider is if you are the employer, kung kayo po ay ang may-ari ng organization, what you need to think on top of or to supplement yung sinabi ni Sir Obet would be research about your market, your competitors, and your customers. Kahit hindi po siya COVID-19, but most especially because of COVID-19. What do I mean? Why do I say focus on your competitors, research on your market, look into your customers? A good example is Nokia. I don't need to tell you the story. I'm pretty sure you know this. But so what I'm saying here is, if with this particular situation that we have, so definitely things are also different outside. So the question now is, and for your organization to become prepared is, what's happening out there? Ready ka na ba? Yung organization mo, yung structure mo, yung skills, knowledge, yung empleyado mo, your physical asset, are these all geared towards the change that will happen? Another good example, I just saw it over the news, di ba? Isang manufacturing plant. They totally re-engineered, not their machines. They are still using the machines, but they were doing differently, and that is they are now making face masks. They were not doing face masks before. It wasn't part of their business, but because there is an opportunity in the external, in the market, nakaroon ulit ng trabaho yung kanilang mga employees. So, just to finally say and put a period is, look into your customer, look into your competitor, look outside the market, research, and then be prepared. Let your organization be more prepared than it has been before.
Excellent points, Cap Freddy.
Yes, thank you very much, Freddy, for that insightful recommendation. So, Trusty Mark, to specifically answer to question number 2, what area in the organization should be prioritized? I think we have to dissect the organization in terms of 4 P's and 2 S. So what are the 4 P's and 2 S? So first, let me start with structure. Okay? So you have now to take a look at the structure of the organization in view of the VUCA world and the new business landscape brought about by the pandemic and COVID-19. Right? So other than the structure, we need to look at the current systems. Ito po ba applicable? Probably yes or no. Kayo makakasagot niyan. But definitely, I'm confident hindi na applicable bukas yan. Kasi nagbabago po no, ang sitwasyon natin. At talagang maraming pagbabago tayong makikita. So those are the 2 S's. Now, what are the 4 P's? Now, side by side with that, HR must look into the policies as it affects the welfare, the well-being, the wellness of people of the organization. Kasi baka mamaya, nag-work from home tayo, teka, may memo ba kayo? O, sige kung memo, teka, may policy na ba kayo? Kaya minsan may mga umaabuso because of the absence of official policies. Now, kaya tayo may business because we produce products. So titingnan natin, ito po ba'y akma sa panahon, sa pangangailangan ng mga consumers. Ang bilis ng mga pangyayari. In fact, sa online shopping nga, ang dami mabibili na hindi mo mabibili sa normal mall na nakikita natin dyan. Ang dami at mura pa. At syempre, hindi man pangit, no, magaganda pa, matibay. Now, kasama ng product is the pricing. So more than the structure, the systems, the policies, the product, and the price, the most important of all this is people. Because without people, how can you have structure, systems, policies, product, and price? Now, I'd like to really move that we do all these things not in the new normal, but with new norms. Not in the new normal. Kasi what might be new normal for you might be abnormal for me. What may be new normal for me may be abnormal for you. But I think having defined and institute the new norms, all right, brought about by the pandemic in relation to OD, I think madali tayong makaka-connect to one another. Madali tayong makakapag-communicate. And in the end, we collaborate productively, efficiently, and happily. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, PP Obet.
Welcome.
Thank you po. Okay. Actually, yung binanggit niyo parehas ni Ka Freddy at saka ninyo po. We can definitely weave that talaga kasi magkakasama talaga doon sa bubuin. You have to keep on researching to have your competitive advantage, no? When you want to do that, you have to really look into your customers or customers' needs, and yeah, with engaging the 4 P's and the 2 S's, kailangan talaga yon so that you can create something new and to create that competitive advantage. With that, I'd like to ask each and every panelist that we have today for their parting words. Tayo po'y magpapaalam at magpapasalamat sa ating mga butihing nakikinig at nanonood sa atin dito sa ating Project Share. Let's begin with PP Obet. Pabalik naman tayo. Sir Obet, go ahead po.
Akala ko let's begin with our muse. Muse natin.
Pwede naman. Let's begin with our muse.
Ladies first.
Jenny, nakamute ka.
May ladies first pa?
Yes.
Ladies choice ka namin
Well, Mark and to PMAP, no, thank you for inviting me and for giving me this opportunity to share, no, with our fellow HR practitioners. It really struck me when I saw the first few slides regarding the number of people that are actually employed by our MSME. So, it's really heartwarming to know that we're able to share what we know and what we are doing in our respective companies. That whoever is listening now and everyone po na kasama ngayon, sana nakapaghatid kami ng kaunting kaalaman. At alam namin, marami rin na rin ginagawa sa kanya-kanya yung kanya na maaaring hindi man ganito yung sexy or sophisticated ang tawag. Pero I'm sure there are things that you are doing here and there, no, that are actually aligned to what we said. My only hope is that for today, it added a little more structure, it added a little more depth, and it added more use case kung ano yung mga pwede nating gawin sa ating mga kumpanya. But I really kudos to PMAP for doing this program and for giving practitioners like us an avenue to share. So maraming salamat, and I feel honored to be with our distinguished panel, si Mentor Obet, si Boss Eric, tsaka si Chair Freddy, no? At tsaka si Mr. Mark for allowing me and giving me this opportunity. Maraming salamat. Kudos to PMAP.
Thank you, Janine. Thank you. Sir Obet, now it's your turn.
Thank you very much, Janine. It's really a big honor to be with distinguished HR seasoned practitioners and leaders. Of course, our muse, si Miss Janine. First time ko siyang nakita ng live. And then, siyempre, si FP, Tito Eric. So, baka tataka kayo ni FP, future president. To be followed by Mark Hernandez soon, our class D. And of course, si Tito Freddy, talagang kasama natin. Una-una talaga nagpapasalamat ako sa inyo at malaki ang naging suporta nyo at naibigay nyo dito sa Project Share. So, malapit taga sa puso ko to dahil sa Share, kung makita nyo ang naka-highlight doon, H and R. And that stands for human relationship. Okay, so, we really have to give, no? At sa tingin ko naman, natupad ninyo po yan. May kasabihan sa Latin, nemo dat quod non habet. We cannot give what we don't have. So, ako, nag-uumapa ang inyong pinagkaloob sa ating mga nakikinig ngayong hapon na ito. At talagang, ito pong iwan ko sa inyo, nandito po ang People Management Association of the Philippines na handa at patuloy na naglilingkod sa bawat isa kahit hindi po kayo kasapi o miyembro ng PMAP. At sa lahat po ng ating mga kaibigan, mga kasamahan sa larangan ng Human Resource Management. At mas gusto kong tawagin, People Management. Okay? Kasama ko natin sa People Management. Huwag po kayong mag-atubiling lumapit sa mga PMAP chapters na nandyan po sa inyong lugar. As far as Region 1, all the way to Region 12. Pakipag-ugnayan po kayo sa PMAP National. Pwede po kayong humingi ng tulong sa amin. Para na sa ganon, mapagputuloy po natin itong ginagawa natin. Usap tayo. Okay, pwede mo masabihin, Tito Eric, usap tayo. Tito Eric.
Ano?
Pwede mo usap tayo.
Mag-usap
tayo. Oh, Tito Freddy. Sabi mo, usap tayo.
Usap tayo.
Tito Freddy. Oh, may audience participation. Oh. Rusty Mark, say, usap tayo.
Usap tayo.
And of course, Atty. Jose. tatagal na ang gwaping na attorney natin. Sabi mo, usap tayo.
Usap tayo, Tito.
Okay, tama. Tito lang tabi sa akin, ha? And then, of course, Ate Janine, sabi mo, usap tayo.
Usap tayo.
Ayan, usap tayo. Bakit ko sinabi yan? Ang ibig sabihin po ng usap tayo, una, yung stands for ugnayan. Dapat, na dapat nag-uugnayan tayo kasi una-una tao tayo. Pangalawa, tagapangalaga po tayo ng tao. Di ba ho? Kaya nakasalalay sa ating mga kamay bilang mga people managers. Oh. Ano yung S? Kaya tayo nag-uugnayan kasi meron tayong samahan. Di ba? Meron tayong samahan bilang Pilipino. Yun bilang mga people managers, PMAPers. Okay. Na dapat akma. Yun yung key ng usap. Akma sa panahon. So nagbabago po yan and that is what OD is all about. Pwedeng nabakit ko kanina, bukas hindi applicable yan. So dapat yung OD, akma panahon. O yan yung letter P. Usap, yung ugnayan, at samahan na akma sa panahon.
Sa panahon.
Yan. Kaya panahon po yan. Kaya akit lang ho tayo, manalig lang ho tayo. Let's all have a steadfast faith and trust in God. Because always remember, God loves you. God loves us so much. You always pray to Him. Yan po, wala tayong ibang kakapitan kundi siya. At dahil sa pananampalataya natin, tayo ay handang tumaya. Yan ang importanteng salita sa pananampalataya. So bilang mga HR practitioner, we continuously share God's graces and blessings to us. At pasalamat po tayo, may trabaho kayo. Kayo may trabaho kayo. Oh. So ako nag-ahalap ng trabaho. Na-joke. Nag-ahalap ako ng trabaho. So, totoo. Okay. So yun po patuloy natin palaganapin ang pagmamahal ng Diyos. Always remember, from the heart, allow me to say this to you, Eric, Fred, Mark, Attorney Jose, Janine, to the viewers staff, and all our listeners and watchers. Mahal ko kayong lahat. I love you from my heart.
Thank you, Attorney. Attorney.
Mentor Obet.
Mentor Obet. Oo, Kap, maraming salamat sa iyo. Attorney John. Attorney John, would like to hear from you.
Sige, thanks. I want to thank you for inviting me. Nakakatuwa naman na nakasama ko na very prestigious mga HR practitioners. I'm very honored and very flattered. I do tell mga entrepreneurs that are listening to us and also mga HR practitioners that this is the best time to show the people na we really mean it when we say it, the most important asset of a business is actually the people. Diba? Parang there's in my last 16 years of practicing HR and labor relations, this is the only time na napunta tayo sa sitwasyon na ganito na lahat tayo pantay-pantay na walang alam, di ba? Lahat tayo pantay-pantay na first time tadaanan nito. And it really shows character, no? It really shows you who are the good employers. It also shows you who are the good employees, di ba? Then you also realize na your good system. You also find out which of your system is correct, which of your parts are correct, and it's a good time. It's a good time to, if there's something that came out good with this pandemic, it is a good time to assess everything and find out what really matters the most. No, so it's the best time to prove your worth. And sabi nga sa HR practitioners are also frontliners. No, napaka-important din ng ginagawa nyo sa panahon ngayon na napaka-confusing. Na maraming kinakabahan, na hindi alam kung ano mangyari bukas. So hang in there. You are the strength that sa inyo nagdoon ng strength. Most of the employers, the mga boss nyo, sa inyo rin nagdoon ng strength ang inyong employees. So thank you very much for the work that you do for everyone, and salamat sa PMAP for equipping you, di ba, to handle this very, very difficult time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney John, and thank you for Attorney Linus for connecting you to us. Cap, ready? Your turn po.
Okay, so ang final message ko would be interactive, ano? Bale, what I would want you to do sa ating mga kung meron pang tao sa nakikinig at nanonood, yung to say thank you if your answer is yes. Okay? So for example, number 1, I am healthy. Ang sagot ay
Thank you.
yes. Thank you. I have a job.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a benevolent boss.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with those 3 thank you sa tatlong pasasalamat, salamat din po for joining, for listening, for watching, and thank you, share, PMAP.
Yes, thank you,
Thank you.
Tito Freddy.
Thank you, Fred. And last but not the least, Mentor Eric, our FP.
Yes. Thank you very much, PMAP. Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you very much to all our participants, viewers, for joining us in today's project share. As HR practitioners, let us use our position to influence the organization, both the business and our people. Let's craft policies that will help protect our employees, that will help protect the business, that will help reward our employees, that will help train our employees. And at this time, we have to protect them from this COVID-19 so that our company, our businesses, and our nation will come to life again. And hopefully, we'll have a new normal coming very, very soon. God bless Philippines. God bless PMAP.
Presidential speech ba yun?
Oo nga eh. Presidential speech, boss.
Mukhang presidential speech.
Oo.
Bagay.
Oo nga, sakto-sakto eh. Dr. Eric, well, ang ganda ng sinabi mo. Talagang ikay pang FP. Now, I'd like to thank again my dear colleagues, my dear panelists, Attorney John, Sir Freddy, Sir Eric, Sir Opet, and Miss Janine for taking part in this project share of PMAP. I'd like also to thank Ishi, Richard Babuyak, and the rest of the professional staff behind this project share. If not for them, this would not be possible. Meaning, grouping this excellent panelists to be of service this afternoon is really an excellent job to do. It's not an easy thing to do also. So congratulations to you guys. And for those who were able to join us via WebEx, to hear us and view us from YouTube and Facebook, we would like to thank you for being with us for the rest of this afternoon. And itong project share nga po is for everyone's consumption, and we do hope that we were able to give strategies, best answers to the questions that were raised to us. Ipopromote ko na lang po ulit that on October 21 and 23 will be our annual conference, digital annual conference. For those who haven't registered, please do so. And by the way, ipopromote ko lang po that aside from Attorney John, all of your panelists, and including myself, ay galing po lahat ng PMAP's Leadership Development Committee. So those who would love to join us at sa LeadCom committee, be a mentee, be part of the Future Leaders program, you are enjoined to do so. Pwede kayo mag-connect kay Ishi, lalong isip, for other details. So again, congratulations sa LeadCom. Congratulations sa PMAP.
Congratulations, LeadCom.
At yun po, maraming salamat for your time. It has been a wonderful 4 hours.
Afternoon, yes.
Thank you, BOT Mark.
Thank you very much, Trusty Mark.
Sir,
Congratulations, Trusty Mark.
Mark. Thank you, Trusty Mark.
Thank you din po. Group picture daw po, sabi ni Ishi.
Picture.
You will take the picture?
Yes.